We are on the record for hearings and matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for June 30th. I am David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9:02. As a preliminary matter, anyone who would like to testify can sign the sign-in sheet located at the end of the table right there. There are 4 cases in the docket which will be consolidated into one hearing. We'll begin with case number 30122, application of DCC West Project LLC requesting consideration for the geologic storage of carbon dioxide in the Broom Creek Formation from the Milton R. Young Station and other sources in the storage facility located in sections 2 through 11, 14 through 21, 29 through 32, Township 141 North, Range 84 West, sections 1 through 4, 9 through 16, 22 through 27, and 36, Township 141 North, Range 85 West, sections 19 through 21, and 28 through 34, Township 142 North, Range 84 West, and sections 24, 25, 33, 34, 35, and 36, Township 142 North, Range 85 West, Oliver County, North Dakota, pursuant to North Dakota Administrative Code, Chapter 43051. Next case will be case number 30123, a motion of the Commission to consider the amalgamation of the storage reservoir space, pore space, in which the Commission will require that the pore space owned by non-consenting owners be included in the geologic storage as required to operate the DCC West Project LLC storage facility located in sections 2 through 11, 14 through 21, 29 through 32, Township 141 North, Range 84 West, sections 1 through 4, 9 through 16, 22 through 27, and 36, Township 141 North, Range 85 West, sections 19 through 21 and 28 through 34, Township 142 North, Range 84 West, and sections 24, 25, 33, 34, 35, 36, Township 142 North, Range 85 West, Oliver County, North Dakota, in the Broom Creek Formation pursuant to North Dakota Century Code Section 382210. Case number 30124, a motion of the Commission to determine the amount of financial responsibility for the geologic storage of carbon dioxide from the Milton R. Young Station and other sources in the storage facility located in sections 2 through 11, 14 through 21, 29 through 32, Township 141 North, Range 84 West, sections 1 through 4, 9 through 16, 22 through 27, 36, Township 141 North, Range 85 West, sections 19 through 21 and 28 through 34, Township 142, Range 84 West, and sections 24, 25, 33, 34, 35, 36, Township 142 North, Range 85 West, Oliver County, North Dakota, in the Broom Creek Formation, pursuant to North Dakota Administrative Code Section 43-05-01-09.1. And case number 30125, a motion of the Commission to consider establishing the field and pool limits for lands located in sections 2 through 11, 14 through 21, 29 through 32, Township 141 North, Range 84 West, sections 1 through 4, 9 through 16, 22 through 27, and 36, Township 141 North, Range 85 West, sections 19 through 21, 28 through 34, Township 142 North, Range 84 West, and sections 24, 25, 33, 34, 35, 36, Township 142 North, Range 85 West, Oliver County, North Dakota, subject to the application of DCC West Project LLC for the geologic storage of carbon dioxide in the Broom Creek Formation and enact such special field rules as may be necessary. At this time, Attorney Bender will have the witnesses sworn in.
Yeah, first, if I can make an introduction for myself. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in these consolidated matters on behalf of DCC West Project LLC. And as you pointed out, we have a number of witnesses, Mr. Examiner, and I don't want to presume that you're going to do things like we've done before, but we've sworn all the witnesses at the beginning of the hearing to expedite the hearing process. So the witnesses I plan on calling are ready to be sworn at this time.
That works for me.
Okay. You all stand up, whoever may testify.
Each of you, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief? Okay, you may call your
It's a
witnesses.
large group of people, and it's a distinguished group of people, so. One more housekeeping matter, Mr. Examiner. Once again, I don't want to presume how you're going to run the hearing, but we've found that it does expedite things if we call witnesses in groups, and we basically have 3 groups that we'd like to call, and the way we've handled it is I'm allowed to do the direct examination of the group, and then the hearing officer is typically given the staff an opportunity to ask them questions. So if there's no objection from you as the hearing officer and the staff, I'd like to proceed that way again.
Does the staff have any objection? I have no objection.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Examiner. The first witnesses we are going to be calling are Mac McLennan and Shannon Mikula. You can sit there, then you're closer to the mic.
Your book is a lot bigger than mine.
Go, so they've been sworn. May I proceed?
May proceed.
Thank you. Mac, would you state your full name for the record?
Mac McLennan,
And by whom are you employed?
Minn Kota Power Cooperative,
In what capacity?
the CEO and president.
And in that capacity, how long have you been employed by Minn Kota?
I've been in Minn Kota for 12 years.
And what's the business of Minn Kota? This commission hears a lot from oil and gas exploration companies. They don't often hear from a power company. So can you tell us a little bit about what Minn Kota Power does?
Sure, Minn Kota is a not-for-profit generation and transmission company headquartered in Grand Forks that serves electricity to 11 distribution co-ops on the east side of North Dakota, west side of Minnesota. So our primary purpose is to generate electricity and get it transmitted to the east side of the state as well as those members on the Minnesota side of our state.
And what are some of the sources of generation of electricity for Minn Kota?
Right, so Minn Kota has primarily 3 sources of electricity, 3 coal plants located on the west side of North Dakota, 2 at the Young Station, which we'll talk about here momentarily, and interest in the Coyote facility in Beulah. And then we have interest in numerous wind projects, both on the west side of the state, east side of the state, and then we take about just slightly less than 10% off the Missouri River system and a hydro, and then various and numerous other small sources from there.
And as you've pointed out, the application here today concerns electric generation from the Milton R. Young Station. Can you briefly describe for the commission staff how long that plant has been in operation and what it produces?
Right. So the Young Station, both units have been in operation since roughly the early 1970s. It has been the primary driver for electricity for Minn Kota for those nearly 50 years now, or in some cases Unit 1 is greater than 50 years old. And so those 2 lignite-based facilities essentially produce electricity for us when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine and in the coldest days here in North Dakota.
Okay, and this application is being brought by DCC West Project LLC, and you've already told us what your relationship is with Minn Kota. What's your relationship with DCC West?
So I'm also the president and CEO of DCC West, which is a limited liability company set up to help us be able to monetize the tax credits and be able to interface with the investment community associated with the storage of CO2 as a part of Project Tundra.
Okay. Let's, at a very high level, let's talk a little bit about the application itself. Can you describe for us the objective of this application?
Yeah, so the objective is to provide a storage facilities so as we capture CO2 off the backside of the Young Station to have a place to store that CO2. As you're aware and Commission's aware, we have a storage permit called DCC East as well, which is the primary storage facility right under the Young Station. as we have looked at long-term, I'll call it risk management and liabilities associated with the project, we have decided that it makes sense to have redundant or the ability to store in multiple spaces in case there were something that happens associated with. So at the outset of the project, which is now some 8 years ago, we started down a path to ensure that we have the capacity to store more than one injection place right below the facility, and that's the purpose of DCC West, is to serve as that additional or redundant capability to store CO2.
Okay. And DCC East and DCC West, as well as the capture equipment that you're going to have to put together to capture the CO2 from Milton R. Young 1 and 2, what's that project referred to by Minn Kota and the DC West and
Yes.
East entities?
So all of it encompasses and generally gets described as Project Tundra.
Okay, tell us a little bit about Project Tundra.
So Minn Kota as a utility, as we look to the future, believe we're going to live in what is we describe as a carbon managed world, meaning we're either going to have to figure out how to pull CO2 off of the backside of those units and store it, or look at the closure of those facilities and move to non-carbon based fuels, or more wind or solar or others. And so for the past 8 years, we have worked through technologically, is it feasible for us to remove CO2 off of lignite-based coal facilities in North Dakota. So as we're aware, our characteristics of coal in North Dakota is slightly different than that which has been tested around the world. And so we have spent that time to fundamentally figure out whether we can technologically remove it. And then obviously, do we have the geology in North Dakota which will allow us to safely store it? And so I look at it as we continue to look forward, and we are facing today a set of rules by EPA fundamentally that say storage will be the only way we continue to operate these facilities in the future potentially. So it, for us, is a potential regulatory opportunity, and we're doing it today voluntarily because we know we're going to live in a carbon managed world, and we think it makes sense to do so, as well as to reduce our carbon footprint on a voluntary basis using Tundra.
In terms of a design perspective, how much CO2 is Project Tundra designed to store, extract and store, I should say?
Yeah, so we are targeting, and I'll say plus or minus 4 million tons a year to be able to pull off of primarily Unit 2, designed originally. In the process of that design, we have now designed it so it can pull CO2 off of both Unit 1 and off of Unit 2. So if Unit 2 were down for maintenance, we can continue to store CO2 when Unit 2 is not operating.
And what's the estimated cost of Project Tundra?
About 1.5 billion.
Okay, and can you briefly describe the nature of the CO2 after it's extracted from the emissions of Milton R. Young 1 and 2?
Yep, I can. So it'll be 98% pure CO2, basically dehydrated, compressed, in what I describe to our members as a semi-gaseous state, into at 1,700 plus PSI going into the CO2 line for storage.
Okay, and how long do you believe it'll take to construct the facilities necessary to basically put Project Tundra in operation?
Between 3.5 and 4 years.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness. If I may, Mr. Examiner, I'd like to move to the next witness.
You can proceed.
Okay. Shannon, can you state your full name for the record?
Yep, Shannon Mikula,
And Shannon, by whom are you employed?
Minn Kota Power Cooperative.
And in what capacity are you employed with Minn Kota?
Special Projects Council, Environmental Manager, and Geologic Storage Lead for Project Tundra.
Okay, a lot of different responsibilities. Can you briefly describe for us your educational background and work experience?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Natural Resource Management and a Juris Doctorate from the University of Wyoming College of Law. I spent about 4 years in private practice doing litigation defense work, oil and gas representation, transactional work there, and then worked for the University of North Dakota for about 2.5 years before coming to Minn Kota in my current role.
Okay. What I'd like you to do next, Shannon, is briefly describe for us the proposed plan of construction and operations for the storage facility that's before the commission today.
So for the DCC West site, the plan is to use the source facilities or the storage facilities for the primary storage of CO2 captured off of the Milton R. Young Station. To the extent that there's additional or excess capacity available, we'd like to market it to other third-party industry sources. So that could be, we talked about the Coyote Station potentially. That could be other third-party sources around and in the region of North Dakota.
Okay, and how much CO2 is the project designed to capture and inject?
The project is designed, as Mac just indicated, to capture about 4 million metric tons annually.
Okay, and Mac told us in response to my question about the cost for Project Tundra. Can you break that down for us just a bit in terms of the overall cost versus different components of the project?
Sure. So the capture system is the most capital-intensive part of the project. That's about, $1.4, $1.5 billion proposition all in. When we're looking at the storage sites in that kind of $1.5 billion range, we kind of benchmark between 80 and 100 million being spent on the storage sites. So with the roughly 7.5 mile pipeline, we're estimating that the storage costs are going to be in the range of 100 million. That would include our financial assurance obligation as well.
Okay, and Mac gave us also a kind of a high level of the CO2 that will be extracted. Can you provide us with a little bit more detailed information with respect to the extraction of CO2 or emissions from the Milton R. Young 1 and 2?
The extraction or the composition of the
The
stream?
composition, excuse me.
So the composition of the stream is going to be, it'll be above a 98% purity with, what we would refer to as trace amounts of, you'll see nitrogen, oxygen. We do have a standard that's been included in the application that provides greater detail on what we see the guaranteed rates of your impurities in that stream.
Okay.
It'll be kept to a low moisture level, 200 ppm V. We want to keep it as dry as possible. That's for integrity of the system and the formation, optimize the operation of the storage facility, and then about 1,700 PSI is what the compressor at the Milton R. Young Station or at the capture system outlet will compress the CO2 down to, which is enough to transport the CO2 out to the west site. We'll have to boost it if we want to reach the maximum rates that we're talking about here. So there is a pump included in the surface facility design.
And I believe you indicated there may be storage capacity for other third parties. Can you briefly describe the nature of the other third party CO2 sources that may be commingled with Milton R. Young Station CO2?
Sure. So to be more specific, so we kind of did a survey of what anthropogenic sources of CO2, so your industrial sources, human-generated CO2. So what we look for first is we think fossil fuels are going to be the first ones to have to come into compliance. So we have, our coal generating units across the state, your natural gas-fired combustion turbines. There could be ethanol manufacturing. There's a few others already in the state operating CO2 storage sites. Agricultural products such as fertilizer plants could be the next line of application, and then cement, concrete production within the area. There's also, direct air capture is another capture source that's not anthropogenic, but just captured directly from the air. So these are all the sources we could see in the coming years within the region of North Dakota.
Okay, let's, Shannon, let's switch gears just a little bit and talk about what notice was required to get this application before the commission. To the best of your knowledge and belief, was notice of this hearing provided to each mineral lessee, mineral owner, pore space owner, and landowner within the storage reservoir and within 1/2 mile of the storage reservoir's boundaries?
Yes.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge and belief, was that notice provided via certified mail return receipt requested?
Yes.
Okay. And now let's talk just a little bit about operations. Has DCC West developed a storage agreement that will govern certain operations within the storage facility?
Yes, it has.
And that's included in the application, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's in section 1, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to that. You probably know this off the top of your head, so maybe you don't have to go to the application. I'm sure you know it off the top of your head, so you don't have to go to the application. But let's just briefly talk about some of the exhibits that are attached to that storage agreement. Does Exhibit A to the storage agreement consist of a map of the storage area and the various tracks within the storage area?
Yes, it does.
And like you said, that's included in Section 1 of the application, correct?
Yes.
And now let's talk about Exhibit B to the storage agreement. Does that constitute pore space ownership scheduled for the storage, scheduled for storage of the reservoir?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And does Exhibit B also set forth all pore space owners in the storage area and the number of acres each pore space owner owns in each tract?
It does.
And does Exhibit C to the storage agreement constitute tract participation schedule for the storage area?
Yes, it does.
And does Exhibit C set forth the tract participation for each tract?
Yes.
And finally, does Exhibit D constitute the form of pore space lease that was used for all the pore space owners in the storage area who have executed a lease?
Yes.
Okay, and does that pore space lease contain provisions that allow the lessee to amalgamate or unitize or pool the pore space subject to the lease?
Yes, it does upon commission order.
Okay. And in your opinion, does the form of pore space lease contain fair, reasonable, and equitable terms for pore space owners to be compensated for use of their pore space for this project?
Yes, we've pursued the same land basis formula for the leasing provisions.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the owners who have, the owners of the pore space who have executed leases. And I'm going to show you maybe what's been previously marked as Exhibit 2. Just wait a moment until we get it handed out here, Shannon.
Yep.
So first of all, Shannon, is Exhibit 2 basically Exhibit B to the storage agreement with an additional column added?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And does that additional column indicate which surface owners have executed pore space leases?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and that indication is the last column, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you go through just very briefly and describe for us what's contained in that last column and what the total number of owners are who have executed leases?
Yeah, so that last column is described as the storage facility participation leased. That shows the percentage based upon acres owned within the storage facility assigned to that specific landowner. So you'll see the owner name in the second column or third column from the left-hand side. So what it does is it totals out the total percentage for that individual line, and then that total is at the very last page of the exhibit. So what it indicates is that we have secured 80.337 additional units at the end there. So that's the percentage of the total acreage within the storage facility that we have voluntary consent leases have been signed by landowners.
So is DCC West done trying to acquire pore space leases, or does DCC West anticipate obtaining additional leases for pore space owners who at this point in time have not executed leases?
We are continuing to pursue leases. We have line of sight actually on another 1280 that we anticipate being signed in the next couple of weeks. We'll continue to pursue with all landowners that are willing to discuss with us still terms and conditions that we can get to on a voluntary basis.
What efforts has DCC West, to your knowledge, made to this point in time in terms of securing leases from pore space owners who have not yet signed?
So we, with pore space owners that have not yet signed to date, what we have done is we've hosted 2 meetings with landowners in the last 6 months, one in October, one earlier this spring. There have been multiple information mailings that have been sent out, including paperwork, requests for contact, notices that we would be coming out and arranging meetings with landowners. We've had in-persons, I've spoken to landowners over the phone, and just general engagement through a number of different media and platforms available.
So it sounds to me like you've been very much involved either as a supervising role or actually contact in obtaining pore space leases. Is that correct?
Yeah, more in a supervisory role. We have a right-of-way group that's in-house to Minn Kota that we've used. We find that they work with a lot of our landowners across our transmission system and our generation assets, and so we just have a lot of trust that they'll continue to maintain our expectations with interactions with landowners and continue to build that trust. So my role has been primarily if there are more specific technical questions about the project, if they're represented by legal counsel, I'll engage on those grounds with landowners as we work towards coming to a voluntary agreement.
And given your involvement, do you have an opinion as to whether DC West has made a good faith effort to get the consent of all persons who own pore space in the storage reservoir?
I believe we have and will continue to do so.
Can you describe for us the placement of surface facilities for the storage facility?
Yes, so our surface facilities will consist of riser, pump, and wellheads, as well as a monitoring well. We will secure the fee title to the lands that those assets will be placed on. It also consists of a CO2 flow line, about 7.4 miles, 7.5 miles in that range. We'll work and have worked with, I believe it's 5 private landowners, plus BNI Coal and Minn Kota own the land that pipeline would cross. So we've worked and secured consent and agreement to easements from all those private landowners. We're continuing to work with BNI to account for any mining activities needs there so we can mitigate and avoid any impact to the mining operations. We have a vested interest in that, being that they're our coal supplier out at the Milton, our Young Station, so we want to make sure we coordinate those efforts closely. And then Minn Kota is the last landowner in that list and certainly consenting to that easement.
Okay, Shannon, can you describe the approach to securing the rights to place the flow line connecting the Young Station to the proposed storage facility?
Yes, so the landowners that are actually will have the flow line crossing their property are under pore space lease currently, voluntarily, and there is provisions within that lease for placement of surface facilities. However, we've negotiated additional terms for a easement that are supplemental to that to recognize the pipeline crossing their property and accommodate any specific request from that landowner to the placement of the pipeline. We've also worked with we've done a Class 1 investigation arc study of the area and the route. We've done a Class 3 pedestrian survey of the initial route. We've had some routing changes since then, so we're communicating with the SHPO State Historic Preservation Officer to determine if there's any additional actions. We're seeking a no impact determination from the SHPO for placement of that line.
Thank you. Mr. Examiner, that concludes testimony of this witness. It also concludes the testimony for Group 1. Just a housekeeping matter or two before the staff has an opportunity to ask questions. We did submit the summary of owners who have executed oil and gas leases, which we have requested be marked as Exhibit 2. I should point out that we're requesting that the application itself, which is a relatively thick document, we'd like that to be marked as Exhibit 1.
Okay, the exhibits we received. Any questions from the staff?
Lawrence, what sections in the application is this group prepared to answer questions regarding?
Introductory type matters that Mac talked about, and then of course section 1. And we will be recalling Shannon for some other sections, but we're going to follow through in terms of doing it by section. So at this point in time, Shannon would be prepared to answer questions in section 1.
Section 1 and the storage agreement?
Yeah, that's in section 1. So.
Okay. Well, okay, with that understanding, I got a few things. Let me start with the Exhibit 2 that was passed out, the expansion on Exhibit B. Is it possible, or have you already submitted that digitally?
We have not submitted it digitally. We sure can do that if that's something the commission would require or want.
Yes, please do.
Okay.
And just verifying we understand what is being depicted here, the far right column, the storage lease, or storage facility participated lease. If there's a number in that column, they have signed the lease, and if there's no number, they have not. Correct?
Yes, that's correct, as of today.
Okay, and so yeah, that was a follow-up question, that's current as of today?
Yes,
Okay, and then the total is purely the sum of the ones that are depicted on the sheet?
yes.
Okay. So, in the application, there's mention, and I'm going to bounce around a little bit, I'll try to keep it pretty concise, but there's mention of a plan to change the name and operator as designated on the original Minn Kota Milton R. Young Station Storage Facility application.
Yes,
And the request is to change that to DCC East,
Yes.
correct? Okay, so for the future, for the rest of this testimony, whenever I reference DCC East, I'm talking about the original application, DCC West being the application in front of us now. Just want to make sure that's clear for the record. I'm going to start with, so you did permit, Minn Kota permitted DCC East, 2 storage facilities there, the Broom Creek and the Deadwood, for the storage of the CO2 coming off the Milton R. Young Station, correct?
yes.
So you touched on it briefly, or was touched on briefly, but I'd like you to expand a little bit on what's the need for the third facility? Why permit DCC West? And I'm specifically asking if the volumes that you anticipate capturing off of the Milton R. Young Station are in excess of DCC East capacity. Can you go into some of that detail?
Sure. So probably to go back over the course of Project Tundra and its inception. So we had initially slated 2 injection sites to have redundancy and flexibility in operations. So as you know, our wells have to go through series of workovers, maintenance, you might have outage time. So to have that redundancy is really important because with Project Tundra and the financing mechanism of it being a tax credit that has a set period of time for which you can capture and store CO2 to essentially pay back the $1.5 billion investment in the equipment, you only get 12 years. So any period of time that you're not capturing and storing CO2 in that 12-year period, you don't get back. Those are lost opportunities. And so redundancy becomes extremely important and valuable to the investors to see that you not only have the capacity for what you think you need, but that you have some additional flexibility and additional opportunity to continue to operate if there were to be any reason why a well might go down from operation. That's true on the storage side as well as the capture side. So as you heard Mac testify, we initially were looking at Unit 2 being the sole capture unit, or the sole unit the capture would be applied to. We've built in redundancy on the capture system as well to be able to take not just the flue gas from Unit 2, but also from Unit 1, so that when Unit 2 is down for outage, we can continue to capture and store CO2, again, maximizing the potential opportunity for that 12-year credit period. So as we worked through, as we've worked through the project, what we found is, it's been described, this is, North Dakota has a geologic jackpot in the sense of we have great sand formations that we can do efficient CO2 storage with. We didn't need to have or pursue that first or that second site that we had initially planned for Project Tundra. Number of reasons went into that. Part of it is development is expensive. And so if you can save in development costs by focusing your attention on what your primary targets would be, that's what you tend to do. So we pursued our first site being the Broom Creek. The Deadwood is a backup well in the event of phase one development out of Broom Creek being either not validated as we expect or if we think we need additional capacity. Now that Deadwood storage facility is not as efficient with storage operation as the Broom Creek. And so what we're looking at is this west site being in the Broom Creek adds that additional optimized operating opportunity for us for operations flexibility at the Milton R. Young Station for Project Tundra.
With respect to the expanded ability to take CO2 off of Unit 1, what's the approximate total coming off of the Milton R. Young Station pure CO2 at this time? I mean, I think we've got 4 million tons of fuel has been referenced, but are we above that? Because that's what was originally in the Minn Kota East or...
No, so really the capture system is designed for 13,000 tons per day. But what Unit 1 provides is you can fill that capture system up for more days out of the year, if you will. So we try very hard never to have both units down. So when one unit comes down for cleaning outage, we're operating the other unit. So to have that ability to bring in the flue gas from either unit becomes that maximized potential there. So we're not capturing any more. And when we say 4 million metric tons on average, right, what we're looking at is there may be some years where units aren't in as long of an outage cycle and you may capture slightly more than 4 million metric tons, and other years where you have what we call major outages where the units come down for major maintenance or cleaning requirements and you have less days of operation, so you're something less than 4 million metric tons.
Okay. In the project summary, page PS1 in the application, and in your testimony, you've indicated that there's potential to take third-party CO2, and you're requesting to be allowed to take third-party CO2 at this facility if you have excess capacity, correct?
Yes.
You understand that pursuant to 43050117, which is storage facility fees in our rules, we'll have to make a determination with respect to that source, whether it contributes to the energy and agricultural economy of North Dakota. So if you are going to take third-party sources, we will require a subsequent hearing at which we would determine, A, whether those comply with Part A, which would be they benefit the North Dakota energy and agricultural economy, or if not, we would have to set the fees at that hearing for what the storage facility fees would be for those sources.
Yes, we understand.
Okay. And that would have to be done before you would be able to inject a third-party source into your facility.
Yes.
Okay. So kind of more on a general term here again. How will establishing this DCC West facility affect your operations at East? Some of this I kind of expect will be addressed during modeling, but if you can provide general terms at this point, what the application for West, what ramifications does that have for your original East facility?
Yeah, so, I mean, I'll frame it in the sense of going through this application process with DCC West, we recognize the already existing permit opportunity for DCC East. So through this permit application, we took into account and assumed the most extreme or maximum potential case on DCC West's operation. So, you know, we look at the formation, we look at what's happening down there, and we look at already existing, you know, projects that are permitted. And so we looked to DCC East's permit and said, what's their, you know, what are they permitted to do in the storage facility? I mean, these systems are going to be operated as a joint system, right, for a common purpose. So we took into account the operations that are permitted for DCC East and modeling DCC West's storage facility boundary.
So the application and the modeling, which we'll touch on in subsequent exhibits, or the rest of the groups, I guess, accounted for East's operation.
Yes.
Okay. Hypothetical situation here with respect to the two facilities, because they are in close proximity to each other, correct?
Yes, one would say 7.5 miles.
And I'm assuming, and again, we'll get into the details, but the modeling indicated for both facilities that the pressure they would interact at the pressure levels at least, correct?
So we took into account the operations of DCC East. So any, you know, injection pressure from DCC East's operation were accounted for in the model and assumed. So we ran a model, put a point on the map approximately where DCC East would be doing its injection, started those injection operations at the same time, which would be the maximum extent, or not the maximum extent, but the highest, most extreme case for pressure interaction.
Okay. So with that understanding, you're here on behalf of both, really, well, primarily here for DCC West as the applicant, but you also represent DCC East's interests, correct?
So today, we're here for DCC West, so I can speak to DCC West's modeling of that. But, I mean, what we have available is a figure that shows, you know, our assumptions, right, that went into our modeling, which would include DCC East as it's permitted, but not in actual operation today.
Right. So let me ask it this way. Mac specifically, are you also the CEO or CEO of what will be DCC East?
I am.
Okay. So I want to ask a hypothetical here. If DCC West is being proposed, you're the operator of DCC East, you have no affiliation with DCC West, would you be here in support or opposition to an application for a facility immediately adjacent to DCC East?
I think we would here to understand what are the consequences associated with a new facility being permitted.
Okay.
In terms of is there an interface that would impact our operations?
You are here currently, and I'm assuming, as DCC East doesn't appear to be opposed to DCC West, I mean, it's obvious there's a relationship, right? What agreements need to be in place between two entities in advance of a neighboring facility coming in adjacent to an existing facility, such that you can get comfortable with establishing the second facility in proximity to the original facility?
I can.
Either of you.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think what you're getting at is, Rich, if I can, well, one, DCC East has not filed, or Minn Kota has not filed an objection or any comment in the record opposing the issuance of this permit. To your point, we're fully aware of the operation, and as I said, this system is intended, and we'll have testimony later on, you know, the controls and the surface infrastructure, and how that will be, you know, linked and operated as one joint system. So with that kind of landscape in mind, we're going to need to have a joint agreement, joint operating agreement. There will be services agreements between these two entities acknowledging the operations and maintenance obligations of, of either DCC East or West, whoever ends up being that primary operating entity. There's, the request being made for border agreements to account for any commercial obligations as between the parties as it relates to the operation of the storage facility. The end goal really of any agreement is to ensure that we're efficiently using the storage, or the, storage horizon, the geological horizon. This is a common resource, if you will, that goes well beyond just our facilities. And so I would think, to your hypothetical, if there was any other project in the area, those would be similar agreements that operators would need to engage on prior to operation to ensure that we're efficiently using a resource.
I was just going to echo that to say, I mean, we have an interest in seeing pore space get used efficiently and effectively between owners, including between DCC East and West and anyone else who would put a facility in. I think it's our view that we have, and I'll describe it as an asset that we believe is going to continue to get utilized for multiple purposes, whether it's an ethanol facility, a gas facility, us, any others, DAC facilities, concrete facilities, whatever it is, that we think it's in the best interest of both us from a sitting permit holder as well as an applicant today, and our neighbors to efficiently work together in pore space. My own opinion is if we don't do that, we'll ultimately be back in front of you guys with a bunch of fights over how does pore space work, and to the extent that we can avoid that on the front end by working together, we're all better served in our opinion.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify one thing. When you were discussing that, Shannon, you mentioned that prior to operation, a lot of that would have to happen. That really has to happen in the pre-planning phases when you're developing your modeling. There has to be communication between the two entities to determine what the effects will have, what the effects will be in the subsurface. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So last of my general-ish questions here, and it has to do with the last case on the docket today. With respect to establishing a field boundary and pool limits for this area, would Makota have any objection to us incorporating the lands of the storage facility, or establishing the lands of the facility to be equivalent to the lands within the storage facility area?
No, I don't think so.
May I just ask a question? Will you be providing us with an affidavit, or I can't, maybe it wasn't an affidavit yesterday, but basically an exhibit that indicates what lands will be in and what are some of the proposals for the field rules?
We do have one worked up that we could put into the record for this case, but my intent, if there's no objection, is to take the lands that are identified as the storage facility boundary, establish them as the field boundary, take the reservoir as defined in the application, and establish that as the pool boundary and establish a type log. And then the one extra item that we want to make sure is addressed is a requirement that if any wells other than the storage facility operating wells were to be proposed in the area, that they would require a hearing before approval.
Yeah, and I might just have a question or maybe comment. So when you're saying the storage facility boundary, are we talking within the area of review, or are we talking strictly within the CO2 plume?
The storage facility boundary, as in not the AOR, just
Okay.
the limits of the facility itself.
Okay.
Any opposition?
I don't think so at this time.
Okay, a little bit more diving into the specifics here then. Again, getting back to the remaining storage capacity to be marketed to third-party sources, do you have an estimate for what might be remaining at this point in time with respect to the volumes as being proposed in the application for DCC West?
What might be remaining in terms of estimates
Or the capacity, excess capacity that would be marketed?
Oh, I mean, so at this point, right, we're not going to go market capacity until we're actually, certain that there is any excess capacity. We would, one, need to bring the wells to a point where they're operational and that we've assured ourselves that we actually have the wells as we've designed them with the capacity within the well, right? So that's one function of it. And then the other is validating, the modeling assumptions and the formation actually operates as we plan it to. Again, our primary focus and intent is tundra. So we got to get that across the finish line. We're certainly, interested in, there's a lot of interest in DAC. There's a lot of interest in capturing CO2 across industries because of regulation coming out. So certainly there may be conversations ahead of that, but at this point in time, we can't really estimate with accuracy and market to others before we know what we have.
Okay. In the project summary, page 5, first paragraph, there's a description, the area of extent of the subsurface CO2 volume at the end of the injection period, which is 20 years, in which the CO2 saturation is predicted to be greater than or equal to 5%. I've got 2 questions on this. That's the definition of your storage reservoir boundary in this application. And that specifies at the end of the injection period.
Yes.
Again, I know we're going to touch on modeling momentarily, but does that same storage boundary of the extent after 20 years of injection account for what will happen to the CO2 post-injection migration?
Yeah, so I'll defer post-injection migration to kind of the modeling conversation.
Okay.
But I'll talk a little bit about, if I can, offer some of the assumptions and why we selected that as the boundary. So first, we ran the model, selected the boundary, and then we do the rounding out that we typically do with right-of-way to ensure that we're including, the appropriate landowners and acreage in, but not being overly inclusive of lands that wouldn't, likely be impacted or, are modeled to be impacted. The other important consideration is, the operation assumptions that go into it. So what you'll note is the operating assumptions that we selected to go with were maximum rates on the design. So we did a pump on this one, and kind of classed it off of the material and equipment that we would envision us installing. And then ran, tubing curves and simulations off of what's the maximum operating potential for these wells over the life of the project. So we didn't account for any outage time on these wells. We didn't account for any, operations, optimization. So we're not going to run, typically you're not going to run wells full out at their maximum rates. It'll be something less than that. But because we don't want to constrain ourselves by permit limit or otherwise, we set it at the maximum rate, and that's what we designed the storage facility boundary to. So what our proposal is that this is the most conservative of injection scenarios, knowing that we didn't account for any practical or field operating conditions.
Okay, are you able to expand on the importance of the 5%? The saturation is predicted to be greater than or equal to 5%. Or is that a question that should be pushed towards the
Yeah,
the
that
model
might be a
discussion?
question that should be pushed towards, but typically that's the, grid cell light goes on level and the detection level for seismic. So when you'd actually know it's there
Okay.
or be able to prove it there.
Page 6 of the summary, there's another statement in here. Second to last paragraph, bottom of that paragraph. These 2 injection wells, so it's discussing the 2 injection wells, but the sentence reads, the 2 injection wells will be operated together to receive CO2 at a rate not to exceed the maximum safe operating rate of approximately 6.11 million tons per year.
Yes.
Just a general note, you're not proposing that as the actual constraint that was applied in the modeling or anything, are you? Because 1 million tons per year into a well, if you can inject that 6.1 million in, say, a month, we'd have a problem probably.
Oh, so yeah, that would be, I mean,
It's just an average.
yeah, that's the design of, like, that's the well design. I don't think it'd be possible. I mean, you'd damage the well, or, I mean,
Yeah,
I don't even think you'd get it down.
my point is this sentence isn't establishing the rate or maximum for the facility in any way. That's done later in the application,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Also on this page, bottom paragraph, there's discussion about the west facility being modeled at a less stringent CO2 percentage of CO2 to avoid underestimating the impacts to the injection reservoir. And then you reference section 2.3.4. 2.3.4 is the geochemical assessment. So when the CO2 stream was modeled at the less stringent 96, or I think that section actually it was a 95%, that was purely to overestimate the geochemical effects, and that's all this statement is making too.
Yes, that we were being very conservative in the geochemical modeling to show impact to the formation.
I'll probably come back to a question in a later section related to, well, I'll ask it now. If you can answer it, go for it. How does modeling, say, a 95% CO2 stream, and I think it was actually in the actual numerical simulation, when you modeled the injection into the facility, you used an average stream of about 98%.
Yeah.
How does modeling a lower percentage CO2 rather than a 98 or a 99% pure CO2 stream affect the plume size? Can you generally answer that, or should I ask that at the?
Well, so for geochemistry, right, the reason we made the decision to go with a less pure stream of CO2 is because you want to see the interaction with the rock properties at a chemical level. Like that matters and makes a big difference as soon as you introduce any additional impurity into the formation. You're going to potentially impact the formation properties and characteristics. So we go overly conservative there. We anticipate that or do that because you expect that you're going to have some temporary excursion from what your guaranteed stream specification are. It could be moments, it could be hours, but you don't expect it to be at a sustained rate. But we still want to ensure that if those levels are introduced into the formation, we're not causing irreparable damage to the formation. So that's why we chose a less pure stream for geochemical modeling versus the 98% that we do for storage facility boundary setting is what we expect on average the stream to meet or exceed in the reservoir in our system. So we'll have a system specification that's going to require the stream meet that minimum, but we expect on a weighted basis that it's going to exceed that 66+% of the time. It's going to be in that higher range of composition or purity. And Milton R. Young Station being the basis for that, we expect our stream to be at above a 98%. And so that's the purity that's going into the system a majority of the time.
Okay. Section 1.1, section 1, page 1.1, or 1-1, pore space access. Number 2 in the first paragraph. We require that non-consenting owners will be equitably compensated for the use of their pore space. How does DCC West propose to do so?
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier about the land basis for compensation. So we selected that over a pore volume compensation structure, which might be more akin to like an oil and gas mineral royalty basis. We did that primarily because when we look at, one, primarily saturation rates for CO2 injection are not going to be well history matched in this area. There aren't a lot of operating fields in this area at these volumes. The other impact is that at the Milton R. Young Station, in our initial permit, but also here, the project is going to be owning most of the acreage in and around the injection site, which will see the first CO2 injection, and we'll, see kind of the higher saturation volumes, at least as you would predict in modeling. So when we look at that, we look at kind of on an individual basis, if we were to go a saturation rate or a poor volume, if you will, landowners at the very edge at 20 years would not get to see the value of this operation until that point in time, presumably. So really, on a equitable basis with all other landowners, everybody stands to benefit from a land basis royalty payment system from day one, whereas not all would potentially get that opportunity with a poor volume basis.
So all that fits for those that have signed the lease and that have consented to the agreements. How does DCC West plan to compensate the non-consenting entities?
They would get the same terms as our consenting landowners on a royalty.
So in the storage agreement, page 5 of the storage agreement, your Exhibit A and Exhibit B references on that page make reference to Tundra West. Is there an issue with the Tundra West Broom Creek facility area being referenced in the storage agreement when we're here proposing the DCC West facility?
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. It may not be problematic if it's a defined term within the agreement.
Okay, we'll probably need an answer to whether that needs to
Yep,
be
I will follow up with
amended.
that.
Page 6 of the unit agreement has a phrase or a line under section 3.1, unleased pore space interests. It indicates that unleased pore space interests shall be treated as if they were subject to the surface use and pore space lease attached Exhibit D. Will they be required, so will the non-consenting entities be subject to all provisions within that lease and this storage agreement?
Yes.
Sections 3.7 and 3.8, and then later 6.1 and 6.2. So 3.7 and 3.8 are transfer of storage substances and receipt of storage substances, and 6.1 and 6.2 are allocation with respect to these two entities. But these two clauses in the storage agreement have reference to taking volumes from one facility and injecting them in the other, and the allocation anticipated with that. I asked similar questions in one of the previous hearings, but I'm going to ask in this hearing that we get a supplemental that would explain what the effect of those two clauses are with respect to how, if you were to take a volume from DCC East and put it over into DCC West for whatever operational reasons, how would you handle that? And how would allocation take place?
And if I may interrupt, I think I do agree with you asked that question, I think, in the last hearing, which was the Blue Flint case, and I answered that question, and we don't have any objection to submitting a supplementary exhibit to explain that further,
Yeah,
if you'd like that.
I think we would like to understand what the effect of that is and how it would be
Sure.
handled. I will note that there are, potential correlative rights concerns related to that if someone isn't being allocated for, or isn't being, I guess, paid for storage within their pore space. So
Yeah, and so Rich, I'll take a look. It was 3.6 and 3.7, you said?
3.7 and 8, and then the corresponding allocation would be in 6.1 and 6.2.
Okay, and sorry, 6.1 and 6.2. So off the cuff, in the sense of the storage, this unit agreement, so in the DCC East, I can speak to that because we had two facilities overlapping one another, with all landowners participating in the same acreage calculation because we made those storage facility boundaries exact and equivalent. So they're being compensated, and so the transfer between those landowners are already being paid for that use of the pore space in the same percentage, right? So we don't want to duplicate payment in that sense. As with this one, however, I agree, these are different landowners. So let me just take that away and ensure that it accounts for this storage facility operation. It should not be tying back to the DCC East.
It doesn't make a direct tie, but it does, the sections 3.7 and 3.8 make reference to any storage facility approved by the commission.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's limitations that need to be added here or something, but a supplemental, and we'll
Yeah.
look
We'll
at
do
it from
that.
there.
Thank you.
So still in the surface use agreement, section 3.9 and 3.10, page 8. Two clauses here, cooperative agreements and border agreements in the application here for DCC West. Are those same clauses in the application that was submitted and approved for DCC East?
I believe so,
Okay.
in the modification, yeah.
So all the provisions are in place for the required border agreements that we kind of discussed prior. Or
Are being requested, yes.
page 12, which specifically Article 8, granting of easements within the storage agreement. And I'm going to follow back to the question about will the non-consenting entities be party or be subject to the terms of the lease and then the storage agreement. How will the non-consenting entities be treated with respect to Article 8, granting of easements, use of water, when they haven't signed either agreement?
Yeah, so if, in our lease agreement, we have specific requirements for setbacks. We have a reasonableness obligation, and we have an obligation to attempt to find a consensual easement route if it were needed. I'll just emphasize that if it were needed, we anticipate all surface facilities being placed on operator-owned property. That's intentional, so I could see into the future avoiding an easement by purchase of the actual fee ownership of the land if we needed to place additional surface infrastructure. But if an easement were needed, we're obligated to first attempt to gain the consent of the landowner for the placement of the easement. As I mentioned with our pipeline, we've negotiated additional easement provisions that are supplemental to our lease, and we would follow that same practice, whether consenting or non-consenting.
Okay. Would you make an effort to try to locate anything on it, at a minimum, on at least entities that had signed, and avoid any non-signed to
Yeah,
the
certainly.
extent possible?
Certainly, we want to make sure that we're being good stewards and good stewards to our community and good stewards to the landowners who we view as our stakeholders.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I've got on these sections.
to repeat because Rich had gotten a lot of mine. So I know we talked a decent amount as far as what Milton R. Young Station is anticipated to capture for CO2 annually, and what your max design rate was annually as well. But we didn't necessarily talk about the CO2 stream. What's your composition of the CO2 that you're expecting any third-party sources to meet for you to take it?
So I believe we have a figure, it's in section, it's in the project summary, I believe. Yep, so PS Romanet 7. So what we have there is the table with the calculated Milton R. Young Station stream composition, and then the calculated stream composition for third party, plus, also including Milton R. Young Station in that. So that would really be the system specification that we would obligate all third party CO2 providers to meet or exceed, or, where it's a less than, they need to stay below those limits.
And currently, all of the carbon dioxide that Milton R. Young Station makes is being emitted. Would that be a correct statement?
That's correct.
With the CO2 that you are capturing from Milton R. Young Station, is the plans to first sequester that in the permitted east facility and then subsequently any additional capacity in the west?
Yeah, so I would say it a little bit differently. Our plan is to develop out the east site first. Certainly that's right next door to us. We already have the well pad built and a stratigraphic well drilled right there, so it's already been impacted. And then to move to the west. Certainly starting up operations, we're going to need to make sure we have the capture system up and operational so we have CO2 to start and step up the wells. And then depending on operating efficiency, we primarily go to the east site, but that's subject to operating efficiency once we start field operations.
And I'm guessing this may be testified in a later section as well, but what are your plans for the storage facility, capture facility, and the CO2 after the proposed injection term of 20 years is completed?
The CO2 will be safely and securely stored.
On section 1, pore space access, on figure 1.1, is the right-of-way for the flow line and the proposed injection well pad located on any non-consenting pore space lands?
No.
And how about, do you have any non-consenting pore space that's within the east facility boundary that flow line would be located in?
We do not.
Is the current location that's on figure 1.1 for the flow line, does that include the reroute that was done for the SHPO request?
Yes, it's an approximate dotted line. We do have, we have a more detailed interim route that the SHPO has currently under review. And that, the route there the change was not just due to SHPO request. We did make a small change for one archaeological find during the pedestrian survey. Primarily, it's been rerouted to accommodate mining operations, future mining operations, through conversations with B&I Coal.
And currently, I know you had mentioned that Mincota's goal is to try to acquire land where surface facilities are located. Do you currently own the surface where the injection well and the monitoring well are located, or are you still in acquisition process for that?
We have secured terms and conditions for the purchase. So we have purchase rights, I'd say. We haven't completed the transaction at this point.
So this jumps into another section, and you kind of already alluded to it, but figure 319 in the application shows the planned mine land within the storage facility area boundary. And looking at Exhibit B, it looks like B&I, the owner of the coal property, is a consenting owner in the storage agreement, correct?
So, yes, so we currently have terms and conditions fully negotiated with B&I. We're awaiting some of their internal reorganization to be completed before they can sign, but we do have escrowed terms and conditions.
And as you alluded to, communication has occurred with the mine to ensure any construction operations or reclamation or construction or operation of the storage facility is not going to affect future mining operations or their reclamation operations.
Yes, we're working with them actively to ensure that not only the operation, but the construction does not compromise any of their existing permits or bond obligations.
Okay, just a few short questions when it comes to the lands within the storage facility area. Is there any federal or state land within the storage facility area?
There are state trust lands.
And have they consented to the pore space lease?
We have also reached terms and conditions with the state trust lands.
And no pore space was severed prior to April 9th of 2009?
No,
And did you find that any pore space was leased from the surface owner prior to leasing of the storage facility?
in our title review, we did not.
Let's see. This was slightly asked. In the pore space lease agreement, the leasee is stated as Minn Kota Power Cooperative, Inc. instead of DCC West Project LLC. And I know that's just a draft form within the application. The actual signed agreements, which entity are they under?
So a majority of them are under Minn Kota Power Cooperative. However, all of the agreements have been assigned to DCC West. There's assignment provisions also within that lease document. And all landowners have been notified of that assignment, and that those assignments have become binding.
On Article 8, easements or use of surface, you had already answered this slightly with Rich. But what type of activities are you expecting to have to get surface use easements for, in addition to just like the flow line construction?
We're not anticipating having to get any additional easements for the project. We have access agreements for sampling, water sampling, and soil sampling.
And what
Those are the
about
extent.
seismic?
Seismic, we would secure those access agreements as we got closer to seismic, the time period for monitoring for seismic.
Okay.
And actually, I should probably clarify, so that would be with non-consenting, and those consenting landowners, we do already have rights to perform seismic, so the leases broadly provide for our ability to perform all required monitoring activities associated with the operation, so seismic would be included in that. But we continue to work with landowners for placement of receivers. Communication still required pursuant to the regulations and rules on performing seismic notifications in advance of entering the property.
Okay, I have a few questions on the notice of hearing memo that was provided. Was there a reason on some of the township and ranges you chose to break out the lands by lots and subsections instead of just saying all of the section when it is all of the section?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. I
Okay.
wasn't involved.
I just want to make sure, I mean, from a QC standpoint, it's hard for us to QC lots. So I'm just wanting to make sure that those are the complete whole sections in some of those scenarios.
I wasn't involved in the title as much as I was in this application portion, but that's something I can find out from the individuals in our office who handle that and get back to you with a supplement.
Okay. And similarly, could you look a little bit closer on track 35?
Track
which-
what? Can you say that again?
Track 35.
35?
And that is section 16, Township 141 North, Range 85 West. It's stated as being the northeast quarter of the southeast quarter as being the portion within the storage facility area. Some of the figures in the application don't quite line up with the quarter line, so I just want verification that that is indeed the correct description for that track.
Okay, I can do that.
That's all I have for this group.
Shannon, the commission received written comments from Blaine and Joanne Holsel, probably saying that last name wrong, sorry if I am. Are you aware of those comments?
I am, and it's pronounced Husel. I've
Oh,
spoken
thank-
with them, so.
In there, they have a paragraph that they underline in bold called issues with the process. And they're essentially drawing attention to the good faith part of the application. And they indicate that they received two different packets with a letter in it from October of 2022 and then again in December of 2022. And both of those letters, they indicate, stated that they would be in contact to have a meeting set up to discuss this matter. And they're stating that that never took place. Can you shine a little light on whether or not that is accurate, or?
Sure. So yes, they would have received communications from us. One of them in October would have been an invitation to come to a landowner meeting. I can't recall if they were present at that meeting or not. We didn't have a sign-in for that meeting. What I was able to do was got in contact with Joanna late this last week. Her and I have talked previously. I actually helped direct her attention to how to file comments for our hearing. The conversation was initially around what we had indicated in our right-of-way file, which identified their disinterest in pursuing a lease with us. And so I apologized if that was an inaccurate marking. There are other Husels in our storage facility area, so it could have been an error on our part. Throughout that conversation, it was confirmed that she had no interest in engaging with us on reaching a lease agreement at this time. I did also confirm with her that she was okay with us continuing to send her mailings and information about project updates. And I invited her to please reach out to me if there's any other questions or concerns that she had. So that was the extent of our conversation.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a follow-up on that since it had gotten brought up. In their written comments, they also had a couple questions that they had asked. Do you guys have any responses to those questions that you can provide to us? It was at the bottom of her letter. One of them was, will wastewater injection be allowed as planned for this project? And the other was, is it the intent of the Industrial Commission to force all landowners of forest space to participate?
So I'll leave the second question, since it's directed at the commission, to answer. The first question, I can say, as it relates to the DCC West project, there's no wastewater injection associated with the DCC West injection process. For Project Tundra, we are pursuing, and really it's for Project Tundra and the Milton R. Young Station's operation, kind of focused on end of life. We would be pursuing and are in the process of a Class 1 injection well through the Department of Environmental Quality. Those wells would be located at the Milton R. Young Station. So again, not associated with this project boundary.
Thank you.
Shannon, getting back to Article 8, the easement or use of surface, I believe your answer so far has been that all the facilities are located on leased or owned properties, is that right?
That's correct. And I should clarify, with the exception of a easement that we have with BNI for the current existing J-Lock stratigraphic test well, that well will be converted into a monitoring well, but we already have an existing easement in place.
So, but Article 8 obviously doesn't address whether things have been leased or not. So in your opinion, this Article 8 would be, the non-leased entities would be subject to this?
To Article 8?
Yes.
Yes, if the lease is assessed across all non-consenting landowners, it would be.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Lawrence, you've been requested to provide about 3 separate items. How long would you need to provide those?
I don't know at this point in time. I suspect there'll be more requests, so perhaps that's something we can address at the end of the hearing, if that's okay, Mr.
That works.
Examiner.
That's fine.
But I appreciate you bringing it up because we can talk about it now between now and the end of the hearing.
I'd like to make a general comment that potentially we just leave the record open until they have satisfied the request for supplementals, if that's fair.
Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay.
The record will remain open then until everything's been satisfied. At this point, why don't we take a 10-minute break, come back at 10:40.
Okay. And then we're going to be ready to move to group 2.
Yeah, you should probably go take that.
10:45.
You're
Yes.
done.
Yep, you're done.
You're done.
And we're back on the record at 10:40. One quick note, as we were discussing keeping the record open, the record will actually remain open until the August 7th hearing in this case to allow for proper publication in Oliver County. Just want to make that note. At this point, Attorney Bender, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. We'll now move to Group 2, and we plan on calling 3 witnesses for direct testimony in Group 2. We'll have actually a 4th witness sitting at the table that in the event when the commission staff has an opportunity to ask questions so that other individual would have an opportunity to respond as well. I would add also that in Group 2, we plan on discussing Section 2 and 3 in the application. And with that, she's been sworn. I'll call Amanda. Amanda, would you state your full name?
Amanda Livers Douglas,
And Amanda, by whom are you employed?
the Energy and Environmental Research Center at the University of North Dakota.
In what capacity?
I'm the Assistant Director for Integrated Subsurface Projects.
And could you please highlight for us your educational background and work experience?
Yep. I have a bachelor's in physics and a master's in geology. I worked for 3 years as a graduate research assistant with a professional seismic crew at the Kansas Geological Survey, and I've worked the past 7 years at the ERC focusing on the application of geophysical methods to characterize and monitoring CCS projects.
Okay. And can you slow down just a little bit?
Sure.
Everybody's anxious to get through this, but you can take your time. So what are some of your duties and responsibilities generally with respect to your work at the EERC, and then specifically with respect to this project?
Sure. I oversee and manage geoscience and geophysical data collection and integration into modeling and simulations. I serve as a manager and advisor on projects for commercial development of CCS projects, and I also manage our geoscientist group. For the DCC West project in particular, I interpreted the 3D seismic data that was used to characterize the site, and I supported the writing and development of the geologic exhibits and the modeling and simulation sections.
Okay, and you were in the room, and Shannon provided us with a high-level overview of the project. What I'd like you to do is provide a more detailed overview, and let's start first with you telling us where the proposed project is located.
Sure. The project is located in Oliver County, southwest of the town of Center.
And how was that area near Center selected?
So this project site was selected because it's in the vicinity of the Milton R. Young Station, which is the CO2 source for this storage project. It was also selected because site-specific seismic and well log data provided confidence in the viability of the storage complex for safe, secure geologic CO2 storage.
Now, it's already been mentioned either through questions or some of the high-level testimony that we're talking about the Broom Creek Formation as the storage reservoir. Can you explain for us why the Broom Creek is a good candidate for CO2 storage in this area?
Yes, the Broom Creek Formation has the ideal characteristics for CO2 storage. It's at a depth where injected CO2 will stay in a supercritical state, meaning that it'll be more efficient use of pore space. The salinity of the formation water is above 10,000 TDS. It has good porosity and permeability. It also is overlain by a regional seal that is devoid of fluid migration pathways, such as faults and fractures, and the Broom Creek is devoid of hydrocarbons.
And can you explain what data or information you reviewed or studied to determine the suitability of the Broom Creek as a good storage reservoir for the injection of CO2 on a long-term basis?
So section 2.1 and 2.2.2 describes the regional and site-specific data that was used to characterize this project. That site-specific data included regional core well log data from existing well bores, existing 2D and 3D seismic data sets, and site-specific data from the JLOC stratigraphic test well, which is located in the vicinity of the project area. And so from the JLOC stratigraphic test well, site-specific core well logs, well testing, including temperature and pressure and fluid analysis, was done for that well. And all of those were used to evaluate the storage complex and its suitability.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the confining zones, and what I mean about that is you've explained to us why the Broom Creek Formation was selected from the standpoint that it's prevalent in the area. Now can you discuss for us the confining zones of the Broom Creek Formation?
The overlying confining zone for the storage complex is comprised of the undifferentiated Opeachy and Spearfish Formation, as well as the lower Piper Formation. And the underlying confining zone at the site is the Amsden Formation.
And what properties make the confining zone, the upper confining zone, a good seal?
So the upper confining zone is a very tight seal that will prevent fluid migration out of the sands of the Broom Creek. So the seal itself, the formations that comprise the seal, the Opeachy, Spearfish, and the lower Piper Formation, they're regionally extensive, and they're laterally extensive across the entire project area. The properties of the confining zone themselves are very conducive to act as that sealing formation. They have extremely low porosity and permeability, and they're devoid of any fluid migration pathways with sufficient vertical extent and permeability to act as fluid pathways.
And Amanda, what sort of data or information support the competency of the upper confining zone as a seal?
So as I mentioned, they're devoid of fractures and faults that could potentially act as fluid migration pathways. So data used to evaluate this included borehole imagery and seismic data. We also looked at capillary entry pressure and permeability data acquired from core testing. And we looked at geomechanical properties through the use of a 1D mechanical earth model that was calibrated to in situ pressure testing data that was done.
And what are the mechanisms for geologic confinement?
So when the CO2 is injected in the Broom Creek, the overlying confining zone will act as the initial seal that will prevent CO2 migration from migrating out of the Broom Creek Formation. Over time, that CO2 will dissolve in brine, and then at a much later time, 100 years plus, the CO2 will begin to mineralize.
Okay, and will geochemical interaction impact seal integrity or injectivity?
No, geochemical interactions are not anticipated to impact the seal integrity or injectivity. A series of geochemical modeling was done to look at the potential geochemical reactions from injection into the Broom Creek through industry standard modeling software packages. As previously testified by Shannon this morning, we used a CO2 composition of 95% CO2, and in this case we used 2% oxygen in the geochemical modeling. And that was done because oxygen is expected to be the most reactive component in the CO2 stream, and so we took a very conservative route to see, even at the most extreme case, if we had more oxygen than ever anticipated, what would be the impact of geochemical reactions to injectivity in the Broom Creek. And our modeling showed that there was no adverse effects to injectivity. With respect to the cap rock, because of the permeability of the cap rock, we don't anticipate CO2 will enter the cap rock. So we used modeling software that negates permeability and allows us to expose different model cells to CO2. That modeling, again with that 95% CO2 and 2% oxygen, showed that there would be no adverse effects to the porosity of the formation that would impact its ability to act as a seal.
Now, in terms of confining the CO2, let's talk about an important issue, obviously, and that's underground sources of drinking water. Will injection impact underground sources of drinking water?
No, injection will not impact underground sources of drinking water. So, as I mentioned previously, there's no evidence of fluid migration pathways in the upper confining zone or that transect the Broom Creek Formation itself. Additionally, about 9,000 feet above the Broom Creek is a secondary thief zone. So the Indian Car Formation is a formation with additional porosity and permeability. In the unlikely event of leakage to occur, the CO2 would dissipate within the Indian Car Formation. So there's about 800 feet of impermeable rock layers that would prevent the movement of CO2 from the Broom Creek into the Indian Kara. And then above the Indian Kara is an additional 2,000 feet of impermeable rock layers that separate the Indian Kara from the lowest USCW, which in this case is the Fox Hills.
Now, I think you indicated that there are no fluid migration pathways. How did you determine the absence of fluid migration pathways?
So as I mentioned previously, we looked at faults and fractures, and so image logs were used to evaluate the fractures in the confining zone. Seismic data sets were also used, so there's a map, figure 2-12, or sorry, page 2-12, figure 2-7. So that's a map showing all of the site-specific and regional 3D and 2D seismic data sets that were used to evaluate the presence or absence of any faults in the area, as well as reviewing literature studies that have been done in the basin related to known or suspected faults. And those evaluations have shown no indications of faults that transect the Broom Creek or the overlying confining zones.
Now, do you have any concern that seismicity would interfere with the containment at all?
No, so there's little risk of seismicity will interfere with containment, and some of the reasons for that is the depth of the Broom Creek with respect to the basement. So there have been regional suspected faults interpreted in the Precambrian basement. Those faults don't extend into the overlying sedimentary layers, and those faults are more than 4,000 feet below the Broom Creek itself. And so the lack of historical seismic activity along those faults or in the region suggests it's tectonically stable. Simulations also show that the increase in reservoir pressure due to injection will not propagate down to the basement at all. So there's little risk that increased pressure due to injection would induce slippage on any of these features.
Now, Shannon mentioned that there is some coal development in the area, obviously, for the power plant. And mineral owners are always concerned about development of oil and gas resources. In your opinion, will the injection activities impact mineral production?
No. So as mentioned, there is lignite coal in the shallow subsurface, but none of the infrastructure for the project will impact currently planned future mining activities. And the storage zone itself is devoid of commercially valuable minerals. So there's no historic hydrocarbon production within the Broom Creek in this area. There's also no historical hydrocarbon production from reservoirs above or below the Broom Creek, and that is supported by several legacy wellbores that were drilled and showed that the formations they were targeting proved to be dry.
And Amanda, there are certain statutory prerequisites for the commission to consider and have to be met before a application such as this can be granted. Let's talk a little bit about that. In your opinion, is the storage facility suitable and feasible for carbon dioxide injection and storage?
Yes, so the storage facility has a competent overlying and underlying confining zone. The Broom Creek itself has properties that make it a viable storage target as well.
And in your opinion, is the carbon dioxide to be stored of a quality that allows it to be safely and efficiently stored in the storage reservoir?
Yes, so geochemical modeling showed that there'd be no adverse effects to the storage reservoir or the overlying or underlying confining zones due to geochemical interactions with the expected composition of the CO2.
And what's your opinion with respect to, well, let me rephrase that. Will substances that compromise the integrity of the storage reservoir not enter the storage reservoir?
Yes, so as mentioned, geochemical modeling was done to look at the compatibility of the expected CO2 with the reservoir zone, even took into account a conservative case with higher, more reactive constituents in the CO2. And also there'll be monitoring at the surface that will monitor the composition of the CO2 that's being injected.
Okay, and you've already discussed this in detail, but let me ask it in terms of what the statute requires. Is the storage facility devoid of commercially valuable minerals?
Yes, there's no historic hydrocarbon production, and the project surface facilities will not impact current or future mining of lignite coal.
And in your opinion, can the proposed storage facility be operated in a manner that will not adversely affect surface waters or formations containing fresh water?
Yes, so there's a absence of fluid migration pathways. Also, there are competent overlying confining zone in addition to 800 feet of secondary confining impermeable rocks between the Broom Creek and the Inyankara, and an additional 2,000 feet of impermeable rocks between the Inyankara and the lowest USDW that would prevent migration of any fluids into the USDW.
And then the final statutory prerequisite that you're going to discuss is, in your opinion, can the proposed storage facility be operated so that carbon dioxide will not escape from the storage reservoir?
Yes, so there's, as previously mentioned, the storage facility is devoid of fluid migration pathways.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have for this witness. I'm ready to move on to the next witness.
You can proceed.
Ian, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Ian Fiol,
And Ian, by whom are you employed?
the Energy and Environmental Research Center.
In what capacity?
I am a senior geological engineer.
And can you highlight for us your educational background and work experience?
I have a bachelor's in geological engineering and a bachelor's in operations and supply chain management, both from the University of North Dakota. I have worked at the ERC since 2015, with my primary duties including geophysical modeling of the subsurface and regional characterization, largely to assess geologic CO2 storage.
And can you just, in a little bit more, well, can you provide for us your duties generally at EERC and then your duties specifically with respect to this application?
I'm generally involved in the development of subsurface models for the use in our dynamic simulations for CO2 sequestration. I also oversee and review the development of geomodeling technical work for different projects. I also model and or monitor and or conduct activities for our well site geophysical and sampling activities. In regards to this project, I was involved in the development of the geologic model.
Okay, and you probably heard when we started this section of the presentation, I mentioned that we were going to be talking about sections 2 and 3 in the application. I'm going to direct your attention to section 3 of the application, and can you briefly provide an explanation of which permit requirements section 3 addresses?
Section 3 includes a discussion on the geologic modeling and the numerical simulation activities. Those were conducted to predict the lateral and vertical migration of the CO2 and its associated pressure front to determine the plume and delineate the AOR.
And describe for us the geologic modeling activities that were conducted as part of this application.
For our geologic modeling activities, we had industry standard software that was used to organize and evaluate our geologic data sets, develop a 3D structural model of the study area, and populate our geocellular model through geostatistical methods with properties that represent our rock type and petrophysics. If I could direct your attention to figure 2.5 on page 2.7.
Okay, just give us staff an opportunity to get there. Okay,
This figure shows an example of the rock type and petrophysical properties that we use in our geologic modeling. This includes geophysical well logs, as well as seismic and core data measurements.
okay, and how is the geologic model used to address the permit requirements?
The geologic model served as an input for the numerical simulations that were conducted using our industry standard methods and software to predict the lateral and vertical migration of the CO2.
And how was the area of review delineated?
For the Broom Creek injection zone, the area of review was delineated using a risk-based approach developed by the ERC and is detailed in the paper by Burton Kelly et al.
Okay. Had quite a few statutory questions for Amanda. Only have one for you. Based upon your review and the testimony exhibits you've presented and your knowledge of the project as a whole, in your opinion, are the horizontal and vertical boundaries of the storage reservoir adequately defined?
The horizontal and vertical boundaries of the storage reservoir are adequately defined. The AOR was delineated using our risk-based approach developed by the ERC and detailed in Burton Kelly and others.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have for this witness. I'm ready to move on to the third witness for this group.
You can proceed.
Okay. Todd, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Tao Jiang,
And you want to spell your last name, please?
Jiang.
And Todd, by whom are you employed?
Energy and Environmental Research Center.
And in what capacity?
I'm a principal reservoir engineer at the ERC.
And can you highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience?
Yes, sir. I have a bachelor degree in petroleum engineering from Southwest Petroleum University in China.
Can you speak up just a little bit, Todd?
Yeah, I have a bachelor degree in petroleum engineering from Southwest Petroleum University in China, and I got my Master of Applied Science degree in petroleum systems engineering from University of Regina, Saskatchewan. And I've been working over 10 years in the reservoir engineering, reservoir simulation domain, and developing the green and brown fields. Before joining the ERC, I worked various capacities, including the research associate for University of Regina and PTRC managed project, and also working as an operational coordinator and a reservoir engineering consultant for the Alberta Oil Field Services Limited and the NewSim LLC. And I joined the ERC in early 2015, and my duties including the reservoir engineering evaluation for conventional, unconventional oil field development using analytical and numerical tools, developing the subsurface model, running the dynamic simulation to determine the reservoir fluid flow performance for the CCUS applications.
And can you slow down just a little bit? As Amanda did and as Ian did, what I'd like you to do is generally describe your responsibilities at the EERC and also your responsibilities specifically with respect to this project.
Yes, my duties at the ERC right now, including managing a team of reservoir engineers, and I also oversee the reservoir engineering evaluation, serves as a project manager, task lead, and a technical advisor on the project or task that involves the reservoir engineering and the simulation evaluation activity. Specifically to this application, I oversaw and led the geological modeling and the simulation activity, and also oversaw the preparation and overview the Section 3 of the permit application.
Okay. Just see it for a second. Do you need this? No, okay. That's all. Can you briefly describe for us the simulation that was done for this project?
Yeah, as Ian mentioned, we incorporate all the geological model data input into the commercial available simulation software, and in addition to the geological modeling data, and we also including additional in-house obtained laboratory data for the fluid modeling, with the respect consideration of DCC West operational consideration, and to predict all the plume migration laterally and vertically.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for this witness. As I indicated, Shannon is at the table in the event that some questions come up from the staff that she may be able to better respond than the other three witnesses I have, but we're ready to move on to that phase of the hearing.
Any questions from the staff?
So I'll start with the Section 2 geology exhibits. The approved east storage facility used formation temperatures and formation pressures and microfracture testing data from both the JLOC 1 and the BNI well. Could you explain why it was chosen not to use any BNI data in this application?
Can you state that again? Is your for characterization purposes or for modeling?
Yes.
For characterization purposes.
And I may be responsible for you having to repeat the question because I was talking to her at the same time. I apologize.
No worries.
So all regional data was used to evaluate. So this permit itself only contains, so section 2.2 only contains information from the well we are designating as our well of knowledge, which is the JLOC stratigraphic test well. So BNI data and other data from regional wells was evaluated as part of the characterization process. But there are tens of wells with several hundreds of data points, and so in the application itself, we chose to only include the site-specific data from what we're designating the well of knowledge, which is the JLOC well.
On figure 2.5, it shows that we have core data within a small portion of the lower Piper formation, but it looks like only one core plug was used in the subsequent site characterization to get porosity and permeability information. Why were more sample points not taken
So
in the upper confining zone? I mean, it looks like we just have that one value that was taken from the undifferentiated OPG spearfish.
Yep. And so part of the reason for that is there's a lot of Broom Creek wells in close proximity here with core data, including the BNI well, as you mentioned, and the J-Rock well, which is now known as the Liberty 1 well. One other note about the upper confining zone is, we expect it to be siltstone with low porosity and permeability, and so we don't expect much variability in the core analysis measurements.
Just something to note in general, and this will come up in another one of my questions, but it is likely that we may request additional analysis be done on core in the planned injection wells, since the JLOC 1 well is technically outside of the storage facility area boundary, while it is relatively close to the planned injection well pad. Under section 2.2.2.3, formation temperature and pressure, can you just explain why it's more accurate to use temperature and pressure data from the MDT probe rather than temperatures from something like an open hole log suite?
Using an MDT tool allows us to get it directly from the formation, whereas an open hole log has the interference of mud, which can potentially cool the temperature. Andy. That's good.
And again, as I previously noted, it is likely that we would request MDT testing be done on one of the injection wells planned in the storage facility. On figure 210, there's mudstone intervals shown in the upper confining zone that are missing on this figure, but they were shown on figure 2.5 and 2.14. Is this just a miss? Okay, I'm guessing you want the mudstone.
It's supposed to be siltstone. It is a typo. So it
Okay,
should-
so I would just ask that the other figures be updated so everything matches.
Yes, ma'am.
On figure 214. And I'm getting there too. Could you explain why the permeability values are not shown for the core plug that's shown in the dolostone interval in the Broom Creek?
The likely scenario for it not being there is due to the integrity of the core plug. If there are fractures on it, the permeability will be skewed and therefore it's removed from the analysis.
Under section 2.3.1, that goes over the JLog injectivity tests. It says that the tandem downhole memory gauges are installed at depths of 4862 and 4868, which would place you above the Packer at 4880 and not within the Broom Creek zone. So I guess are we looking at, like, was there a conduit to bring those to be direct measurements in the Broom Creek formation, or are those mistypes?
We'll defer that question to a later witness. So Mr. Jim Kirksey was part of the crew that designed this and operated this injection test.
Okay. And as a follow-up to that, we would like to request that the raw data that was used to create figure 215 and any of the other raw data results from the injectivity testing that was done be provided as a supplemental. In table 212, oops. Again, it looks like lab analysis on the upper confining zone just included that one sample in the OPG spearfish and 2 samples in the Amsden. And I know you already testified to this somewhat, but again, I guess the question was just why so few core sample plugs were used. And what your confidence is in the values that you have represented in this application due to having so few.
Sure. Yeah. And again, I mentioned going back to that there's 2 other wells in close proximity with core data for these formations and core analysis. And then, so with this, there's, high confidence in the results. So again, these data sets were compared to the nearby wells as well as regional data sets, as well as porosity and permeability data from logs. And so they were all in good agreement.
Similarly with the geochemistry modeling, the XRF and XRD data was just taken with that, or just represented on that one sample. And I guess my question here is that it looks like that core plug that was taken in the OPG spearfish was fairly high in anhydrite. So I'm just curious as to why that one was represented versus a sample that was more predominantly siltstone, which is what you're expecting your upper confining zone to be.
So we expect less geochemical interaction, well, I shouldn't say that. It has been expressed that since anhydrite is considered an evaporite, that it could be potentially more susceptible to geochemical reactions. And so that's why the sample with higher anhydrite was used, just to ensure and help with that argument related to, well, injection of CO2 in that anhydrite, or in the Broom Creek, which is predominantly anhydrite at the top of the reservoir, will that impact, the integrity of that reservoir at that upper confining zone and reservoir boundary? Is there additional concern with that anhydrite right at that
Sure.
interval?
And similarly, in section 2.4.45, that does the triaxle testing, that was taken on that same sample that was dominated by anhydrite. If this sample was, more siltstone, what would you have expected the differences to be in your calculations that were done on the geomechanics?
We can supplement that.
Okay. You had testified, Amanda, as far as that there's no hydrocarbon found in the Broom Creek or economic above or below. Could you testify that if in the future there were reserves that were economic, how an operator could go about getting to those reserves?
Sure. So in the future, if there were economic reserves found, an operator could potentially drill underneath the plume through the use of a lateral well. Operator could also drill through the well with the proper controls in place. So including, using the appropriate mud weight and things like that to combat any issues with increased pressure in the reservoir due to injection, those type of things.
On page 294, section 2.5.1, you reference a suspected Precambrian fault that was evaluated as part of the ESA location permit application. And you did testify earlier, as far as that the distance to the Broom Creek would be why you would not expect that to be a conduit or an issue. I guess I asked that if there was any other figures that were provided in the East application to kind of back that up, that it also be provided for this application, so we're not having to directly reference a previous case.
That can be provided as supplement.
So my next set of questions will be moving over to the geologic model, construction and numerical simulation, section 3. What was the geographical projection used in the Petrel model for the geologic model?
Yeah, you're referring to the spatial projection,
Yes.
right? It would be the NAD 273302.
And for the CMG model, what is the cell size, including the cell size for the refinement grid?
The cell size is average, thickness is average about 10 feet, and in the lateral extent, it's 1,000 feet by 1,000 feet. And in terms of the local ground refinement was used near the wells, that was the 200 feet by 200 feet.
Shannon, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony as to why the 98.25% CO2 value was derived. Could you testify as to why it's more conservative to use this value in the numerical simulation versus the 96% CO2 value that you would expect any third-party inlet to meet?
Yeah, so the 96% was based on factors of temporary excursion from a standard. We expect that a majority of the time, approximately 66% of the time, we would have at a 98% or higher which is why we elected to use 98.5% to run the model for a 20-year period of time.
And had you used the 96% value, what change would that have on the stabilized plume extent?
To answer that question, we did not test the 96% for the flow simulations because the purpose of the simulation is to provide an informed decision to evaluate and estimate the plume extension by the most practical cases, and also those information will inform the proper well construction and infrastructure pipeline, etc.
In agreement with at once in operation, agreement with the average CO2 composition, and agreement with this predicted simulations and updated simulations based on monitoring data, would be used to reevaluate that storage facility area that's being presented today.
On table 3.4, could you explain why the bottom hole pressure constraints for the permitted east location wells, the Liberty 1 and the Unity 1, are reflecting slightly elevated values compared to what was provided during the east storage facility application?
For this model, because the model update, there's slightly changes of that horizons changes because the well side cells, the model cells shifted a little bit, that causing some slightly differences in terms of that the cells reading the middle cells depth. So that I believe that was one of the main reasons causing that bottom pressure constraint changes, which is less than 0.1% overall. And also one thing to mention that particular applications, the actual constraint factor for the simulation is a rate control instead of the bottom hole control. So that's why we neglect that slight changes.
So just to clarify, you're stating the rate constraint is being met before the bottom hole pressure constraint is being met?
Exactly for that particular application, yeah.
Would you be able to provide a supplement figure equivalent to figure 3.9 that shows the bottom hole pressure and wellhead pressure responses for those east location wells, the Liberty 1 and the Unity 1 throughout the injection time period?
So for purposes of the DCC West permit, you're asking for that?
Yes.
To clarify just a little bit, because the DCC West application is in front of us, we also have to be able to determine whether or not we have to reevaluate DCC East due to this application. So we're asking that if you can provide any information about the new modeling that would indicate that the information for DCC East is substantially similar to what it previously was. It will help us make that determination of whether or not we have to have a hearing to evaluate DCC East.
Okay, just with the caveat of understanding the modeling that was run here was focused on DCC West,
Right.
not reevaluating DCC East.
Understood.
So it would be providing it as it was run.
Right.
In conjunction with
Is that
this.
something we have in the models?
Yes, we can provide that, yeah.
Also on table 3.4, could you explain why the maximum injection rate that was placed on the east group was done at 4 million metric tons a year instead of the 4.3 million metric ton year maximum that was referenced in the east site application and in the permit summary of this application?
Yeah, so in the DCC East permit, that 4.3 million metric tons was a function of the highest rate of capture that we could get. And actually in the DCC East, we did run and include maximum rates on those wells that exceeded, or that modeling run showed that those wells exceed a 4.3 million metric ton max. We asked for the permit to include 4.3 million metric tons because that would be the maximum rate of capture we projected on the CCS system for the Milton R. Young Station. However, we don't expect that year over year we will be able to perform at that 4.3 million metric tons. As I testified earlier, there's outage considerations, and at that 4.3, we would presume no outage on the capture system, no outage on the units, which is a operations impossibility. But we don't want to permit constrain ourselves again because of the 12-year period of time that we're able to capture.
And as a follow-up, could you provide a figure equivalent to figure 310? Or add the east location, Liberty 1 and Unity 1 to the existing figure 310? Just so we can see what the cumulative injected CO2 volume is over the 20-year injection period for the east location wells, with the understanding of west being injected at the same time through the model.
So I'll defer whether we have that already readily available and can get that. I just, again, want to caution, right, there's a lot of operating assumptions going into this. So again, with this site, we assumed maximum rates of injection at the west site. And so I don't want it to be taken as this is how we're actually intending to operate either the west site in practice or the impact with east site operation.
Understood. That's all the questions I have.
So Tammy had asked for a supplemental kind of seismic exhibit addressing the transmissive fault. I would ask that you also include information on that seismic exhibit that would address the presence of basement faulting and the low risk of seismicity. If you can include that on the same exhibit, that'd be fine.
Can you clarify that a bit?
So the exhibit that Tammy requested was with respect to the previous application. So DCC East had an exhibit or a series of exhibits and some narrative that addressed lack of transmissive faults and also addressed a basement fault in the area. And this application referenced that previous case, but instead of trying to bring in that case into this case file, we'd prefer you submit a supplemental that were the same equivalents and whatever narrative went along with them to address transmissive faulting and the basement fault in the general area.
Okay, will do.
Okay. So along the lines of some of the questions that Tammy asked with respect to DCC West operationally and DCC East online at the same time, we understand that they were modeled together for the purposes of projecting DCC West at kind of a maximum operational capacity. With that understanding, though, I'd like a little bit of information as far as what impacts at that maximum capacity with West operationally does it have on East? Can someone provide a little additional testimony on that front? What are the general effects of West operation on East?
What we have prepared here is a map figure that I can share at a 5-year output that from a boundary standpoint shows that the impact is such that DCC East remains within the storage facility boundary as it's defined currently and permitted currently. As between these two entities, again, we're assuming that both of these operate starting day one together at maximum impact. There is pressure communication between the two of them, but we expect that the DCC East operation can still operate in a safe, efficient manner within the permit limits as they stand today. So there would be no exceedances, there would be no wellhead pressure exceedance. I think there's been, discussion over a change in a well design that might cause a slight change in wellhead pressure over time, but nothing that would exceed the design parameters of the wellhead or impact the bottom hole pressure in a way that would be outside of the 90% of the fracture gradient requirement that's already existing within that permit.
You referenced a map exhibit. Is that something you
Yeah.
want to submit?
Do you have extra copies of this one?
Yeah, I do.
So, and I'll just, as we're, well, I'll wait till it gets handed out.
You just want one at this time, Reg? I mean, I've got a number of them.
Bethany needs one for sure. I'd like to look at one and,
Okay, I'll give a couple, and then while you're asking questions, I'll try to get the others out.
okay.
It's,
We can,
This one?
while he's looking for that, I'll move on, I guess.
Give that to both of you.
So I got a couple general questions in section 2 and then 3. Page 5 of the storage of the, oh, wrong. Section 2, not. So section 2, page 2-7. Let me get there in my own document here. This is figure 2.5 again. This schematic, or this diagram here, this figure on this page 2.7 indicates the testing that was done in the Broom Creek, but doesn't have any of the testing locations for anything that was done in the upper or lower confining zones. Could we get a supplemental or have a exhibit that would depict all the sampled locations throughout?
Yes, we can provide that.
Okay, please do. I'd say this is probably specific to the, this figure in this section is specific to the Broom Creek, so I understand why it was supplied, but I want an exhibit, probably a separate exhibit at this point that would show all of them. Page 214, this is the ISOPAC of the Broom Creek. I'm just noting that there's a pretty significant amount of variability in the western part of this ISOPAC, and it's essentially over the same area where the 3D seismic was run for the Beulah 3D seismic shoot. Is that what I'm seeing? It's 3D seismic data that's much denser in population than the rest of the ISOPAC?
Yes, that is correct. It is the 3D seismic.
With that understanding, would you generally expect that type of character to exist across the rest of the facility or rest of the area as well?
Yeah, potentially.
Okay.
So there is inherent uncertainty with 3D seismic data due to the seismic resolution that could be contributing to some of that. So in reality, it might be somewhere between what we're seeing, like the smoother version from well logs and the more intricate, extreme structure from the seismic. So it's likely somewhere in between. Because with the Broom Creek being an unconformity at the top, the seismic response of what's laying over top could be different. If you had, a thinner bed of shale directly overlying the Broom Creek in some areas versus another, there'd be slight uncertainty in the top pick of that. That could create structural artifacts too. So that's why I just want to point that out, that there is some inherent uncertainty in seismic just to be aware of when we are looking at these structure maps.
Right, so just to I guess, bracket that, the maps depicted in this application that incorporated seismic into their information have a level of uncertainty attached to them, right? And the character that is identified in that area where the seismic existed is probably averaged out with the smoothness of a well-derived log, and so it's somewhere in between is what you're getting at, right?
Correct.
The actual map probably is some combination of the west half and the east half of this.
Correct.
Okay. Figure 210, 215. The Amsden top, as identified on this figure, the description for how this was picked was actually on page 213 and 214. And it read that the, I gotta jump up to it. Is picked at the bottom of a relatively high gamma ray signature representing an argillaceous dolstone. That doesn't agree with where you've got the mark on page 215. It would look to be at the top of the dolstone or between the anhydrite and the dolstone. Before I ask you to tell me which one's right, that section, so that description was on page 213 and 214. Later, on page 266, there's another description that actually puts it at the top. Well, I gotta double check. So this would indicate that, third paragraph down on page 266, there's a statement, and this is regarding the Amsden Formation, but it makes a statement that, however, the interval at the contact with the Broom Creek Formation is underlain by anhydrite. So that would put the Amsden top at the top of the anhydrite present on that figure. And I think you have it correct on the figure, but we got two discrepancies in the application in descriptions of what that represents.
Yeah, so it should read gamma ray low. On, if we refer back to page 214, it should read at the bottom of a relatively low gamma ray as opposed to a high. And then on 266, as you mentioned, yeah, it should be under, or just kind of overlain is correct word. Should be. So the anhydrite is on top of the Amsden as we've depicted it.
So the figure 215, the point at which the Amsden is identified on that figure, and on the subsequent cross sections,
Yes,
it would appear is in the correct point.
that is the correct.
Okay, so then I'm just gonna ask that we correct those two incorrect descriptions of what that Amsden mark is.
Understood.
Figure 215, Tammy already asked for the, this is page 222 of the application. Tammy already asked for the raw data on here. But just looking at figure 215, the lines drawn on that don't seem to be the best of fit to the eye test. And so I'm going to ask it this way. If I'm looking at that and I try to best fit two lines, I might be as low as 3,000 PSI for the point where the two lines would cross over. What was done to generate this and to validate it? And then what are the ramifications to anything in the application if it is closer to 3,000 instead of the 3424? What's the word I'm looking for? Not the breakdown pressure, but the propagation pressure for the Broom Creek.
So Jim can testify to this later when he comes up.
Okay, so
So
I'll
I'll
ask
defer to
that of
Jim.
the next group.
Yeah.
Okay. Page 227. This is mechanism of geologic confinement, and I know you testified to this a little bit, but I want to ask a specific question here. The phrasing used in this section of the application indicates that it will be, the plume will be restricted by residual gas trapping and in parentheses, relative permeability. The CO2 as injected in the Broom Creek is expected to stay in supercritical, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so is it appropriate to consider it residual gas trapping here in the application, or is it just a function of pure relative permeability?
It's a function of permeability, but also because of an imbibition process happening that caused by the permeability endpoint shifting that result in this, not only by the residual immobile gas, but also because of shifting of through the imbibition process that causing the additional gas trap.
Okay. Has the EERC specifically looked at the relative permeability of the supercritical CO2 within the Broom Creek? I'm trying to get to, have you specifically looked at the properties of how supercritical CO2 will behave as it moves through the Broom Creek?
We did have historically, we do have some evaluation in terms of the CO2 relative permeability behavior. It's worth noting that the supercritical CO2 will also have in this gas phase behavior. So I can double check whether we have the specific using the supercritical CO2 as a medium to injecting to the core sample for that relative permeability evaluation.
Based on what you understand about it, you indicated that the CO2 will have a similar to a gas phase behavior as opposed to a liquid phase behavior?
Yes.
And that's how it was modeled then. It was modeled in the system as a gas phase behavior.
In the model, in the simulation model particularly, they will evaluate in the CO2 in the system based on the equation of the state and to functioning that to corresponding to the specific pressure response and the temperature settings in the model. So whenever that CO2 reach into the reservoir condition in that pressure and temperature, it will corresponding to that specific phase. And in the reservoir condition, they actually already exceeding their critical point, so that will be always a critical CO2 in the subsurface.
Okay, so the model is done on, numerically at least, as if it is supercritical CO2.
Yes, it is considered that.
Page 238. Figure 224. 224B, I guess, specifically. This is the figure that indicates precipitation of secondary minerals. I don't recall this particular figure being submitted in previous applications, so I'm just looking for a little additional testimony on its on its import to this application and why it was determined needed to be included.
Sure. So these data points shown in figure 2-24B are actually also included in 2-24A. The amounts that are being precipitated out are just so small that you can't see them on 2-24A. And so that's why we just provided 2-24B them separately so you could see them at the scale they're at, just because they were discussed in the text as minerals being precipitated out. And we wanted to be able to show, especially if there was questions about the amounts, wanted to be able to include a figure where you could actually see the amounts at the appropriate scale.
So in previous applications, they were also included in the equivalent to the 224A, just not they were in the calculations, that just weren't visible on the figures.
Correct.
Okay. Page 239, kind of similar question. This is a new figure that hasn't been in previous applications, so I'm looking for what the import of the figure is and the intent. So this is the mineral mass change in metric tons for different CO2 trapping mechanisms.
So this figure was included because in previous hearings it was requested as a supplement by the commission to look at how the to is corresponding in the reservoir. And so similarly, we have a similar figure in section 3, looking at the various different phases of the CO2. And so we just wanted to include that for the geochemical case as well, to be consistent.
So this just goes into indicating that what percentage of the mottled plume is trapped under the various types of trapping, I guess, depicted in.
Correct. And so the figure in section 3, just, I don't believe includes the mineral trapping, whereas here in the geochemical case, we had the mineral trapping.
Okay.
So that figure is on page 3-16, figure 311. And you can see that in that case, we don't have the mineral trapping. It only includes the dissolved supercritical and the trapped, whereas figure 2-225 includes that mineral trapping as well.
Because it's in the geochemical
Yep.
analysis portion. Okay. So page 254. There's some narrative here regarding figure 238. Indicates that it shows a change in mineral dissolution and precipitation in grams per cubic meter of rock for cells C1 and C2, and then it goes in and says the net change due to precipitation in cell C2 is less than 10 kilograms per cubic meter per year during injection. What, that 10 kilograms per cubic meter in C2, what percentage of the total does that represent?
We can provide a supplement for that.
Okay. And along with that, if you would provide the same, I guess, breakdown and supplemental information for what's happening with C1, what's the net, I guess, the net change per year but for C1, along with what you provide in C2.
That can be provided.
So, looking at figure 264, this is the isopac of the Amsden, or your lower confining zone. Here again, there's a lot of character on the map, and I do see the residuals from including the seismic, but there's more character on this figure than
Figure 264,
page 264, figure 245. My apologies if I confused something there, but, so figure 245, page 264, isopac of the Amsden. There's a lot of character on this map that looks like it's artifacts of the tops or the thickness that's being represented here. Is there a fair amount of, I guess, variability represented in the thickness of the Amsden and the various logs that were brought into this? Logs and seismic information? And I guess what I'm getting at, the bullseye in the middle, and then all the edge effects that are happening, all the contours are diving off the edges.
Yeah, and a lot of that goes back to the gridding algorithm that was used, because you can look at the gray dots in there for the well control points, and it's fairly sparse throughout the model area. And so what we're seeing with those bullseyes, and especially at the edge of the model, is really artifacts of that grading algorithm trying to make sense of and integrate those different data points in a way that makes sense.
So in general, I don't necessarily need a revision in this case. It's understood there's significant thickness of the Amsden present. We can get that off of this exhibit, but in future applications, I would suggest taking a little bit more effort to evaluate that and whatever gridding algorithms use, see if you can't clean up some of the artifact type material on it. So again, it does what the isopac needs to do and gives us the thickness of the formation. It's just it's not what I would typically expect to see in an isopac.
One comment I'd like to make on top of that, Rich, the difference you're seeing in the maps as well, what you refer to as artifacts, is also the contouring method. The Broom Creek is given in a 25-foot interval for the contouring method, whereas the Amsden is done in a 10-foot interval, which gives that kind of visual effect of contouring. The highs and lows still are present in the Broom Creek, similar to how it is in the Amsden, but you see it a lot more visually in the Amsden figure as opposed to the Broom Creek.
Okay, page 266. This is just a reference to that same, where the definition of the Amsden was off on that page. I guess still on 266. 218, table 218. The caption here, on table 218, page 266. The sample depth corresponds to the core depth, and it indicates that a depth shift must be applied to align the values with the log. Can you give us the core log offset depth shift and in what direction?
That can be provided as a supplement.
Okay. Back, still on 266. This goes into the, I'm going to jump back a little bit. The geochemical interaction that was done for the upper confining zone and the geochemical upper confining zone was done on pages, well, roughly around 252 in the application, section 2412. And here we're talking about the lower confining zone in section 2432 on page 266. But there's a difference in the approaches to the geochemical work that was done in both the zones. Can you provide some testimony on why the differences in the approach, so the number of cells difference that's evaluated, and then the difference in the mechanism of transport into and out of the, if you can provide some testimony on those.
Yeah, so the upper confining zone model, we're only showing 3 cells because the CO2 didn't penetrate further than those 3 cells. So we do look at more cells than that in our modeling. The reason why we're showing more cells in the lower confining zone is because we saw more penetration of the CO2. And a lot of that goes back to, like you said, different mechanisms of CO2 being able to move and interact with those cells. And so, again, we don't assume that CO2 will enter the upper confining zone and not penetrate far into the lower confining zone. We use a software that negates permeability, and in order to get CO2 into the model grid cells, we have to choose a fluid flow method. And so for the upper confining zone, due to buoyancy and stuff like that, the method that's used, or the transport physical properties, is molecular dispersion. And so what we're seeing in the lower confining zone is sorry, I just lost it, is advection and dispersion processes. And so with that, because of the density of the CO2, and because gravity pulls down, that's why we see more penetration using those flow movements than we see with the upper confining zone. So one thing to note, CO2 is a buoyant fluid, but in this modeling, it's actually assumes that the CO2 is dissolved in the brine, and that's what's moving through the model grid cells with the molecular dispersion method. And so those go back to why there's 2 different techniques used, and why we see a difference in depth of penetration.
Okay. General note again, it might be worth including some general narrative around that at some point in one of these applications moving forward. Because there's 2 approaches used, it's worth having that explanation in the record. I don't necessarily need it supplemented in this case because you just testified to it. Page 273. This is your fracture analysis and your core description work. Here I would like probably a supplemental, some narrative and some maybe a little bit of testimony. Can you identify the different fracture types that are depicted throughout the section here? The conductive fractures, the resistive fractures, and the mixed fractures. Basically, give us a rundown of what analysis was done to determine that, and what the import of those various types are when you're evaluating whether the core is indicating transmits the ability to for fluid to transmit through that that rock type being evaluated. Having trouble talking. It's getting to be a long day already. My apologies.
Sure. And so this analysis was done by a third-party vendor using industry standard techniques. And so we do see throughout the various zones multiple different types of fractures. In our narrative, we focus on resistive and conductive fractures, in particular in drilling-induced fractures. So with conductive and resistive fractures, those are fractures that are in some way opened and potentially filled with things. And so when we're looking at evaluating potential fluid migration pathways, that's why we're focusing on mostly resistive and conductive fracture types. And are those open? Are they filled? What is them being resistant or conductive telling us? And so there's some discussion in here about the open fractures being filled with anhydrite or clay minerals that are tending to give that conductive or resistance response accordingly. That's sort of why we focus on those two types of fracture types. Not in this proposal specifically, or not in this permit specifically, but another fracture type that's focused on for this, for Class 6 permitting is drilling-induced fractures. And the reason we evaluate those is to look at stress direction and what the characteristics of that fracture can tell us related to stresses. And so that goes into a little bit of the geomechanical analysis part of why we're looking at fractures, particularly to address some of the Class 6 regulations and some of the different characterization parameters.
So just to confirm, for the record, the conductive and resistive description being used here is electrically conductive, electrically resistive.
That's
Correct.
right. Correct.
I think it's still like a supplemental with a little bit of that narrative as far as the evaluation that I understand it was done by a third party, but the evaluation that was done, how they were determined, and what their import is with respect to fluid transmitting through the rock types. 279. There's discussion on here and subsequent figure, I think 257, about the microfaulting observed during this analysis, and I guess how was that microfaulting evaluated? There is some narrative here that it's not expected to be significant, but how was its lateral extent determined? How was its vertical extent determined?
Sure. For the borehole imagery itself, we could provide in a supplement, but it's got a limited depth of penetration for this method in terms of evaluating the lateral extent. Related to the vertical extent, that's something that's derived from analysis of the image log itself. Again, analysis of the electrical resistivity of it points to the fact that these are filled with anhydrite. We only see a few of them at the base of the Opeechee, and their vertical extent is really confined to a small portion of that lower Opeechee zone, and we don't see them further up in the Opeechee or the Piper Formation, so they don't have that sufficient vertical extent. The evidence of them being resistant and filled points to that they're not likely transmissive. Even if they were, they don't have the vertical extent to allow the Broom Creek to migrate out of the reservoir. They're not in contact with the Broom Creek itself. They were within the Opeechee and not directly in contact with the Broom Creek. And so that's some of the evidence that points to why we're saying that they're not fluid migration pathways. With respect to the lateral distribution, that's something that, the nearby BNI well, we can go back and provide a supplement of if we see similar features at the base there. For their vertical extent and the size, that type of feature would not present itself on seismic data.
I would appreciate supplementals on both those two little sections that just go into that in a little bit more detail. So it goes directly to the justification for the confining zones being preventative of migration. So
I have just two quick follow-up questions to that. On figure 257, it does look like there are a couple microfaults that are being represented just at the top of the Broom Creek. Just as a clarification of the statement that you had mentioned, I'm guessing you're just stating you're not seeing any further into the Broom Creek.
No, so I said that the two that have been interpreted in the Opeechee aren't in direct contact. The vertical extent is an indirect contact with that Broom Creek interface.
Okay. And then additionally in figure 257, can you tell me the blue highlighted feature? I didn't see that in the table or the legend up in the top right. What type of feature is being showed there?
So we can confirm, but I believe that's cross-bedding.
Okay.
So it's represented by the diamond, the blue diamond. And so up in the legend, that's 4 down.
Okay, thank you.
So to continue, I guess, a little bit, page 291 and 293 through 293 is your discussion of stress. And here you're doing a 1D MEM, mechanical earth model, that was developed using log-derived data, correct? And there's some comparison to, I'm assuming you compared that 1D MEM data to core-derived triaxial testing? Was the direct comparison done, or does the MEM match what was observable in triaxial testing?
So the triaxial test results were actually used to calibrate the 1D MEM. So the triaxial test itself was used to calibrate. So there wasn't necessarily a comparison done, but one was used to calibrate the other.
So that data is represented here.
Correct.
Okay. Has any triaxial testing been done on the other lithologies in the confining zones? And I'm asking this specifically because the triaxial was done on the anhydrite sample as well. Was there triaxial done on the silts and shales in the lower or the upper confining zone in the undifferentiated Opeechee spearfish?
We would have to confirm, but that information was also provided in the core analysis report that was provided to the commission and the North Dakota Geological Survey. But we can confirm that and provide a supplement.
Yeah, if you could at least confirm what depth that triaxial was done on which wells, so we can validate some of that. And as Tammy mentioned, there may be a requirement on at least one of the injection wells when it's drilled that we want to take a look at the core, specifically within the facility boundaries in some of the confining zones. address that. Oh, 296, there was already some indication of a requested exhibit regarding the risk of seismicity, sorry, that was the transmissive stuff on the seismic and the basement fault. Now I'm going to transition into there was some testimony on the low risk of induced seismicity. I don't believe this application had an intent to monitor in the testing and monitoring plan for induced seismicity. Am I correct in that?
I'll let John Hunt speak to that later. So I believe in the testing and monitoring plan, there is a description of monitoring seismicity, but for a certain threshold value, that would be higher than microseismic events that might potentially point to induced events in the reservoir itself. But with the one thing to note about that is this project is operating below the fracture pressure gradient of the reservoir, so we wouldn't expect to be inducing events in the reservoir itself. And then with the increased pressure due to injection and the distance between the reservoir that will have that pressure increase and the faults interpreted in the basement, that increase of pressure quickly dissipates in the lower confining zones and the formations underneath it. So there's no pressure change due to injection that propagates, that would propagate down to those deep-rooted basement faults. And so with that supplement about that, referring to the eSite permit, we will provide the analysis that shows, based on the characteristics of that interpreted fault, the amount of increased pressure that would need to be used to induce slippage on that. And it was something in the several thousands, 4,000 feet below the reservoir, whereas in the reservoir, we're talking about a delta P on the order of hundreds.
Okay. Last question on section 2, at least. I'm getting close to the end, I swear. Tammy mentioned it a little bit, and I think it was testified to some extent, but there are no plans for coal extraction in the immediate area of the DCC West facility, or in the facility area.
So I'd point you to figure 3-19 on page 3-29. And so this is a land use map around the AOR for the DCC West storage site. And so this is showing in the black hash marks the areas that have been mined out already. And in pink is the areas where BNI plans to mine.
Plans to mine?
Yep, so that'd be future mining areas that they'll mine at some point in the future.
So that block in I'll call it the southeast, immediately to the southeast of the proposed injectors, that's a pinkish color and crosses the boundary of the facility area, has that been mined or it would be mined?
It would be mined. Orange. Yeah, did I said pink? Sorry, orange. So injection activities would not impact that mining activity. So you can see in green there, the injection well is right on the edge of a mined out area that there's no future mining plans for at that location. And other surface facilities such as the flow line, the route of that has been picked in cooperation with the operating surface entities.
So there will end up being mining operations on the surface that cross the boundary of the facility, but it'll be just surface.
Correct.
And they won't impact any of your facilities once they're
Correct.
installed.
And the facilities for this project won't impact their operations as well.
Okay, moving on to section 3 then. Page 3.8. There's a reference here in the top paragraph that the siltstone, of the O-Pee-Chee-Picard interval, has a relative perm curve that was assigned, also to an anhydrite facies. My first question on this, those relative perm curves were derived based on mercury injection testing, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. This is referencing a sample that was done on the siltstone of the O-Pee-Chee-Picard interval, correct?
I believe the samples cannot really tell what exactly the feces between those. So the samples we generated is just for one sample particularly. And it's just through the modeling process and the different feces was identified.
What I'm getting at is the mercury injection testing would have been done on a sample of core, correct?
Yes.
And that sample would have been pulled from a known formation.
That is correct.
Is there a sample that was taken of O-Pee-Chee-Picard? Or sorry, of, the siltstone in the O-Pee-Chee-Picard interval? The stuff in the triaxial was all the anhydrite stuff. Is there a core sample of the shale? And I'll go a little bit further and indicate that the mercury injection data that we got on the JLOC did not have a sample in that interval. It jumped from the base of the Union Cara to the top of the Broom Creek sands. So is there a mercury sample that was done in that confining zone interval?
We can confirm and provide a supplement.
Okay. There, I'd like to know which well was sampled in that interval and make sure we have the testing from that. And then I guess the second paragraph has some discussion here about the capillary pressure curves for the siltstone and the anhydrite used in the modeling were derived from the same sample, mercury sample. How was that adjustment done?
Deriving that capillary pressure will involve evaluating the porosity permeability of the sample over the porosity and permeability of the model suggested, and because the different phases of those samples suggested different ratios of those property of the sample over the property of the model, so we have to apply the different ratios that extracted from the sample and the model to apply that multiplier of the ratios to the different phases to derive the different capillary pressure.
Okay. Page 314. Simulation results, and I think Tammy tested on or touched on this briefly, but the average injection rate being provided at the bottom, in that bottom paragraph on page 314 for simulation results, the north well and the south well, there's about a 2.5 times difference between the two values there. Is that purely an effect of the properties that were assigned via the variogram in the model?
That is correct.
Do you anticipate the wells being some mix between those two sets of properties, or do you really expect that the north well will be significantly different than the south well?
Well, given the current understanding of the model property distributions, that will be the true response if the site will operating, as Shannon mentioned, we're trying to evaluate on the maximum potentials. We're basically only operating the bottom pressure and wellhead pressure conditions. By combining those constraints, the well will respond, the reservoir will respond with the well in that way. And however, if you have any certain changes in terms of that, so that response might differ.
Okay. With respect to the well trajectories in the model, do the wells as they transverse, because they're both planned to be directional well bores, correct?
That is correct.
So when they're projected in the model, do some of the evaluated cells shift from one datum within the model to another on the directional, or are they all representable in the same block of cells?
It will be penetrating on the block of the cells, and if the deviated wells will result in the zigzag, perforations, and they will do so, and because that will, the main purpose of it's just from numerical standpoint, that will eliminating some of the flow directional changes for the calculations to avoid some numerical issues.
So I would like a supplemental that indicates along the tract for each well what the various cells are, porosity and permeability being represented in the various cells that it might transverse through, especially once it starts, as you said, zigzagging through cells. If it in fact did jump from one grid cell to another along its path, I want to know what the value were being represented in the cells along the way.
So to clarify, you want to see the cross section basically to see that the wells, how the well penetrating in the cells.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. We can supplement that.
And along with that, the values being assigned, the porosity and perm being assigned to those cell values.
Sure.
Page 317, I think this is just a function of the way the sentence was worded, but there's a sentence towards the bottom that indicates the trapped CO2 saturations employed in the model to represent fractions of CO2 trapped in small pores as immobile, tiny bubbles, ultimately immobilize the CO2 plume. You're not indicating that there's a function being used in the modeling that can be turned on or off that represents this CO2 trapping as tiny bubbles in the model, right?
That is correct.
That's just a function of the description of how the trapping within the reservoir would happen.
Exactly. All the physics was already incorporated in the model.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awkwardly worded sentence there. Lastly, 321. Stabilized plume for the facility. First paragraph here, there's a phrase again. Buoyant force of the CO2 is no longer, it's stable once the buoyant force of the CO2 is no longer able to overcome the capillary pressure of the surrounding reservoir rock. Can you give me an idea what the minimum modeled pressure would have to be in the reservoir to move into, say, your sandstone, based on the capillary pressures?
This is actually a complex reflection of not only the capillary pressure, but also how the critical saturation works. So there's no pressure, particular pressure threshold to dictating that how that moving. So that will basically the full. That's the reason we run the full function of the simulation to see how that the model responds to that, because that will also involve how the pressure changes overall in corresponding to the volume injected to the cells and how fast the cells will saturate it and start moving.
So, to summarize, you need the whole model to account for all the varying factors.
Exactly.
To determine which cells the CO2 will transmit from one end to the other.
That is correct.
And I'm going to go back to a previous question that I asked, the importance of the 5% number that was provided in the earlier testimony. That's my understanding of that value, based on the answer that was given, is that's your determination of the minimum amount of CO2 that can be observable on, say, seismic.
That's correct. And so that's a conservative approach. Most studies say that it's somewhere between 5 to 10% that's observable on seismic, but by choosing that 5% saturation cutoff, we're overestimating the plume size that we'd be able to detect.
Okay, and you're using that same cutoff kind of in your modeling for when cells are turning on and off with saturation in them?
So we model the full saturation of them, and then and so there's some cells that might have 1% saturation, but we filter that out when we go to determine the plume outline.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
Anything further? Seeing nothing, just to reiterate, the record will remain open until August 7th hearing for supplements. At this point, we might as well take a lunch break. Come back at 1:20. We are back on the record. It's 1:22 PM. And Attorney Bender, you can proceed.
Thank you. We're ready to move to group 3 here, our final group. And first witnesses we'll call is Caitlin. Caitlin, will you state your full name for the record, please?
Caitlin Olson,
And Caitlin, by whom are you employed?
the Energy and Environmental Research Center,
In what capacity?
as a Senior Regulatory and Permitting Specialist.
Okay. And can you briefly describe for us your educational background and work experience?
I have a bachelor's degree in geology from the University of Wisconsin. I started my career as a petroleum engineer field inspector for the North Dakota Industrial Commission, Oil and Gas Division in the Williston District. I worked for the Oil and Gas Division for more than 8 years, where I held various roles and responsibilities. In that time, I was production manager and supervisor for 3 of those 8 years. As production supervisor, I was responsible for the development of DMR's Production and Measurement Regulatory Department, where I oversaw the state's gas capture program, oil and gas measurement team, and production auditing department. I began working for the EERC in 2022, and today my title is Senior Regulatory and Permitting Specialist.
Can you describe for us, Caitlin, generally your responsibilities with EERC, and then also specifically with respect to this project that's before the commission today?
I currently manage efforts that support commercial development of carbon storage projects, including the development of CO2 storage permits in North Dakota and the surrounding region. I support oil and gas-related research from a policy and regulatory perspective, and I oversaw the development of this storage facility permit application, and am responsible for ensuring the permit is in compliance with all applicable rules and regulations.
I now want to direct your attention to Section 4 of the application. Can you briefly explain how the AOR was used to evaluate the region and to meet specific permit requirements?
Sure. We identified and investigated wells in the AOR to verify that their construction would prevent carbon dioxide or associated fluids from escaping the storage formation. 9 wells were identified and evaluated in the AOR, and in addition, a 10th well, the Kenneth Henke 1-7, is located just outside the AOR boundary that we included in our evaluation. Descriptions of these 10 wells located within or just outside the AOR can be found in the map in Figure 4-4 and Table 4-2, Table 4-3, and Table 4-12 through 4-12. Again, the well schematics for the 10 investigated wells are in the required maps of Figures 4-5 through 4-11.
Now, the corrective action plan talks about reevaluating the AOR after a 5-year period. Is there anything that would trigger a reevaluation prior to that 5-year period?
The triggers would be any significant changes in the monitoring or operational data, and any changes that could generate significant differences in the AOR. Items that we would address in those triggers and updates would be to update or assess the model and simulations for significant changes, and any corrective action if necessary, and how that would be conducted.
So other than some of the things that Amanda discussed in terms of the confining zones, what other information and data would be used to assess protection of underground sources of drinking water within the AOR?
So we looked at data from the USGS, the Geological Survey, from the Public Service Commission, and from the State Water Commission, including individual well information. The lowest USDW is the Fox Hills Formation, along with the overlying Hell Creek Formation is the confined aquifer system, as shown in Figure 4-14. There have been no Fox Hills wells waters sampled in the DCC West storage facility area yet. 1 Fox Hills Formation well and 1 Tongue River Formation well were sampled in the to the east of the storage facility area that we're proposing, and results from both of those wells can be found in Appendix B. Overall, the region in this area is flat and flow is slow from the southwest to the northeast, and there are no artesian wells. Again, there's currently no active Fox Hills wells being monitored within the AOR, but data will be collected at least 1 year prior to injection from an existing Fox Hills well in the southwest portion of the AOR, and 1 Fox Hills well that will be drilled on the DCC West injection pad itself. A 3rd Fox Hills well will be drilled in the northwest corner of the storage facility area when the CO2 plume reaches within a mile of the Raymond Henke Legacy well, expected to be at or around year 9 of injection.
What additional protections will be implemented for underground sources of drinking water?
The injection zone, the Broom Creek Formation, and the lowest USDW are isolated geologically and hydrologically by multiple impermeable rock layers, as shown in Figure 2-2. The Pierre is the thickest shale formation and is the primary barrier below the USDW. Groundwater monitoring wells will be installed at the injection well pad for sampling and monitoring of the Fox Hills directly, and that will be discussed more later in the testing and monitoring plan.
Okay. And you were in the room when I was asking some of the other witnesses, some what I refer to as statutory questions. You recall that? Okay, and I have a couple statutory questions for you. Is that okay? Okay, let's talk about the first one. In your opinion, can the storage facility be operated so that it will not endanger human health nor unduly endanger the environment?
Yeah, so yes, the engineering safeguards in place, they are in place, and the site consists of ideal geologic barriers to protect human health and the environment of endangerment risks associated with CO2 injection activities for this project.
And in your opinion, is the storage facility in the public interest?
Yes, it's the storage facility as proposed today will benefit the state and global environment by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and to contribute to advancing commercial CCS deployment to the economic benefit of North Dakota and its citizens.
That's all the questions I have for this witness. I'd be ready to move forward with the next witness.
You can proceed.
Okay, John? John, will you state your full name for the record, please?
John Hunt,
And John, by whom are you employed?
the EERC.
In what capacity?
I'm a geoscientist specializing as a CCS MRV MVA coordinator.
Okay. Why don't you help some of those people who aren't as familiar with some of those acronyms as you are, and tell us what those acronyms stand for.
Essentially, they mean anything testing and monitoring related to CCS projects. So,
Okay. All right, what I'd like you to do next, John, is briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience.
yeah, I have a bachelor's and a master's degrees in geology. I have 2 years with the EERC working as a geoscientist in my current capacity. Prior to the EERC, I spent about 3 years at Chesapeake Energy working as a petroleum geologist, and I'm currently a licensed professional geologist through the state of Kansas.
And what are some of the duties and responsibilities that you have at EERC generally, and then also some of the responsibilities and duties that you had specifically with respect to this project?
So I work in a multidisciplinary team to solve challenges related to CCS. Relative to this project, I led the development of the testing and monitoring plan, which is inclusive of the quality assurance and surveillance plan, as well as the post-injection site care and facility closure plan.
And now I'm going to direct your attention to Section 5 of the application. Can you briefly describe how testing and monitoring plan was developed?
Yeah, so the plan really starts with the injection scenario, so the volume and purity of the CO2 stream. And that's combined with the site characterization data that we get. So for example, the data from the JLOC-1 well, that feeds into the project well design for the injection wells, as well as the monitoring well, and then the modeling and simulation results, which were testified to earlier. All of those activities go to really inform and then identify a site-specific testing and monitoring plan that is developed in collaboration with DCC West and then audited against the North Dakota's UIC Class 6 requirements.
And how does the monitoring or testing and monitoring plan, how does that meet the requirements, the permit requirements?
Yeah, so the testing and monitoring plan will verify that this project is operating as permitted and is protecting underground sources of drinking water. The testing and monitoring plan also will establish baseline conditions at the project site.
And how does the proposed DCC West storage facility permit meet requirements for comprehensive monitoring, addressing aspects of well integrity, CO2 injection, and storage and groundwater quality during the injection operation and the post-injection site care period?
So if we think about the CO2 stream as it exits the capture facility and heads to the point of transfer, from that point on, the CO2 flow line is really what starts, what is owned and operated by DCC West. And so the testing and monitoring plan, the first part of it, really describes and speaks to the surface facilities, being the CO2 flow lines, the injection wellheads, the reservoir monitoring wellhead as well. And it describes the corrosion monitoring and CO2 accounting, monitoring capabilities and testing and protocol procedures. If we follow that CO2 stream down into the injection wellbores, then there is a wellbore monitoring section of the plan. And those activities are described in terms of, wellbore mechanical integrity testing, and again, corrosion, and then storage reservoir monitoring. Ultimately, that CO2 stream is injected out into the storage reservoir, in this case, the Broom Creek. And so the last part of the testing and monitoring plan covers the environment, and really that 3D rock volume or specific horizons within that rock volume, including the storage reservoir, the above zone monitoring interval, the underground sources of drinking water down to the lowest USDW, and then the near surface environment.
And does this information that you've briefly discussed, is it contained in an appendix to the application?
It is.
And which appendix is that?
That would be Appendix E.
Okay. Can you spend just a moment explaining what's in in Appendix E?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I'll direct the commission, but
Yeah, just give a moment or two for everyone to get there. So.
yeah.
I watch Tammy when she's done scrolling. I know everybody's there. So. Go ahead.
Okay. So this table really, again, speaking to this monitoring type column, again, the plan is broken up into, the surface facilities, the wellbore, and then on the following page, the environmental, in this case, described as the near surface, and then the deep subsurface monitoring activities. Moving over, you can see the parameters that are will be measured, and then the activities that will be doing that will be taking those measurements, as well as the sampling location, and then any key pieces of equipment that's associated with those activities. And then moving over to the right, we have the sampling frequency for the whole lifespan of the project, which includes pre-injection, the injection, and then post-injection phases of the project. And then finally, just a column specifying the primary purpose of why this activity is being conducted.
Okay, and during the lunch break, I handed out to the commission staff 2 exhibits, an Exhibit X and an Exhibit Y. Did you prepare Exhibit X?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and for the record, we'd like Exhibit X to be marked as Exhibit 4 to be consistent with the exhibits we presented here today. I'm going to have you tell us a little bit about Exhibit 4, or yes, Exhibit 4.
Sure. So Exhibit X, or Exhibit 4, is a process flow diagram. And so if we go to that diagram on page 2, again, this diagram describes the process flow from of the CO2 from the capture facility to the point of transfer, which is indicated as the point of transfer there at the bottom sort of right-hand side of the figure. And ultimately all the way out into the injection well sites for DCC West. Now you'll see in this process flow diagram, and as was testified to earlier by Shannon, this diagram speaks to how this facility, how the surface facility really is treated, or will be treated as a system from both a DCC East perspective and a DCC West perspective. And so along the pathway, which is shown with the arrows, you can see the key CO2 accounting measures or key equipment, in this case the metering stations that are that are planned for.
Okay. In addition to the proposed detection plan as outlined in section 5.3.2, are you proposing a semi-annual corrosion detection plan for the surface facilities?
Yes, and
And let me stop, just interrupt you for a second. Is that outlined in Exhibit Y?
yes, it is.
Okay, and for the record, we'd like Exhibit Y to be marked as Exhibit 5. And John, can you briefly discuss Exhibit 5?
Sure, and let me then, to do that, back up to section 5.3.2. If I can get there. So, this section on page 5-6, again 5.3.2 on corrosion detection, is speaking to the surface facilities corrosion detection plan. And what is proposed and included in the storage facility application is that DCC West is planning on utilizing the corrosion coupon method for monitoring the CO2 flow line throughout the operational phase of the project, and that this coupon testing would be conducted on a quarterly basis. In addition to that quarterly frequency, there's a statement in here towards the bottom of that section that says, at the request of the NDIC, DCC West may also utilize a coupon sample port for conducting longer-term coupon testing, such as annual tests. And so Exhibit 5, if I can find it,
Here, you can use mine if you'd like.
is being submitted as an add-on or in addition to the proposed corrosion monitoring plan that's currently in the storage facility permit application. And what this plan describes is utilizing a method called internal corrosion direct assessment, where essentially a model is created of the CO2 flow line, and then simulations are run to identify key points along the flow line that are at higher risk based on the simulation results for showing potential signs of corrosion throughout the life of the project. And then those critical points would be identified, and the operator would then have the opportunity to select points for periodic ultrasonic testing. And yes, as you indicated, Lawrence, the testing frequency that's being proposed would be on a semi-annual basis.
So do I have this right? In essence, Exhibit 5 is an alternative to the proposed corrosion detection plan as outlined in 5.3.2?
Not an alternative, but in addition to.
Okay. All right. So to conclude, John, let me ask you, again, a statutory question. Has DCC West established monitoring facilities and protocols to assess the location and migration of carbon dioxide injected for storage and to ensure compliance with all permits, statutory, and administrative requirements?
Yes, I believe DCC West has established plans for installing monitoring facilities and protocols for assessing the location and tracking the migration of the CO2 plume according to North Dakota's UIC Class 6 permits, rules and regulations as presented in the testing and monitoring plan and post-injection site care and facility closure plan.
That's all the questions I have for this witness. I'm prepared to move on to the next witness.
You can proceed.
Okay. Mr. Zandi, can you state your full name?
Agustinus Zandi.
Okay. I'll probably be calling you Mr. Zandi, a little easier to pronounce. So if you're okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Can you state your full name for the record?
Agustinus.
Yeah, already asked you that question. Sorry about that. So,
Oh, okay, I'll
spell it. There you go.
I'll spell it. Agustinus.
Okay.
Agustinus and Zandi, Zandy.
Okay, thank you. And by whom are you employed?
EERC,
In what capacity?
Principal Operations Specialist.
And in that capacity, well, strike that. Can you highlight for us your educational background and work experience?
I have a bachelor degree in chemical engineering from Bandung Institute of Technology in Indonesia, a master and PhD in petroleum engineering from the University of North Dakota. I worked as a production technologist after I graduated from my bachelor degree for Medco ENP Indonesia for 8 years, and then 1 year as a senior petroleum engineer in Indonesia. I have worked for EERC since 2016 in multiple roles, initially as an oil field operations specialist, and then senior operations specialist, and now principal operations specialist.
Can you describe for us some of your duties and responsibilities with the EERC generally, as well as your duties and responsibilities specifically with respect to the project that's before the commission today?
So my duties and responsibilities are to design the well drilling and completion program. I also oversee the drilling, coring, logging, well testing, and completion operations. For the DCC project specifically, I was involved in designing, drilling, and well testing the JLOC-1 stratigraphic test well.
Okay, I'm going to have you turn to sections 9, 10, and 11 in the application. Do these sections provide information relative to the well casing and cementing plan, the plugging plan, and the injection well and storage plans?
Yes, they do.
Will more specific information as how the well casing and cementing plan be provided at the time the APD is filed?
Yes, that's the plan.
Okay. Why don't you, at this point, just describe for us briefly the well design plan?
Okay. The schematics of the proposed injection well bore of the injection wells, or IIWN and IIWS, are provided in figures 9-2 and 9-4. So first, the surface casing will be run through the pier shell top to protect the above freshwater zones, and then will be cemented to surface. From there, the well will be drilled to its total depth or target depth, and then CO2 resistant 15 chrome or better casing will be run from TD through the Broom Creek storage interval until above the Maury top. A DV tool will be installed to allow a two-stage cement, where the CO2 resistant cement will be placed from TD to Maury top, and then the rest will be cemented to surface.
Can you briefly describe for us how the wells will be completed?
The schematics of the proposed completion for the injection wells are provided in figure 11-2 and 11-4. So a step red test will be performed after pressure testing the casing and perforating the Broom Creek storage interval. The injection packer will be run to a depth around 50 feet above the uppermost perforation. And then pressure and temperature gauges will be installed along with the tubing and packer, while the injection string and any equipment will be CO2 resistant, 15 chrome or better.
Now, could you spend a moment or two explaining the planned injection operations?
So for the average injection rate of the IIWN and the IIWS is approximately 1.77 and 4.34 million tons a year, with the injection maximum calculated bottom hole pressure of around 3,200 for both wells. The application assumes a 20-year project life, and all the injection well operating parameters are summarized in table 11-1.
Now, if you're correct on a 20-year injection life or project life, what will happen with the wells after injection or operations are complete?
So at the cessation of the injection, the injection wells will be P&A in accordance with the NDIC regulations. The schematics of the abandonment plan for the injection wells are presented in the permit application in figures 10-2 and 10-4.
Okay, I don't have any other questions for this witness, and if there's no objection, I'll move on to the next witness.
Proceed.
Okay, we're going to recall Shannon. Shannon, you're going to spend a little time talking about the emergency and remedial response plans first, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's start with DCC's West's plans for emergency response and worker safety. Has an emergency and remedial response plan been developed for the project?
Yes, there has been.
Can you describe that for us, please?
Sure. The ERRP, the Emergency Remedial Response Plan, for the storage project consists of Section 7 primarily. You can find a description of the local resources, general assessment of the area in terms of infrastructure and proximity to the project. Those are found at Figure 7-2 and Section 7.2. It also identifies in this section and in Appendix E the events that have the potential for endangerment to the lowermost USDWs during construction, operation, and post-injection site care periods of the geologic storage project. And it also, in coming up with those hypothetical scenarios, we built on our surface level screening analysis and risk analysis that were done in the DCC East and as part of the Carbon Safe program. In developing the ERP, we evaluated the existing DCC East project. As I've mentioned previously in testimony, these projects will be operated as a system and joint system, and so their emergency response protocol needs to sync up with one another. The largest additions I'd say that we made to the DCC West ERRP consisted of the 7.4 mile pipeline that crosses through an active mining area. So we had to account for mining operations, mining interaction with mining personnel, and a response program that took into account their assets. Section 7 provides additional details concerning the response actions, response personnel, equipment, and local response communication plans, as well as contractors and service providers that might be utilized for those services. And we will maintain and currently maintain a copy of this at the headquarters for DCC West. And once the project has been constructed, it will be maintained at the control house for the system.
Shannon, let's now shift to a worker safety plan. Has a worker safety plan been developed for this project?
Yes, a worker safety plan has been developed. Consistent with the ERP, the worker safety plan needs to also sync up with the existing DCC East worker safety plan, as well as the Milton R. Young Station worker safety plan, and take into account the BNI coal mining operations as well as their requirements in those mining areas. So that worker safety plan can be found in Section 8. I want to make sure that's correct. Yes, that's correct, Section 8. And consists of, which consists of the Milton R. Young Station's facility maintenance or safety program currently in place, and builds upon it, ensuring that we have the proper safety training program that identifies and trains on appropriate PPE for CO2 operations, as well as the dangers of CO2 operations at high pressure. Personnel will participate in safety trainings on no less frequency than annual. Oftentimes, these are done on a quarterly basis and as appropriate to their job assignments. They'll also be trained on ERRP procedures, equipment and instrumentation as personnel for the project. We've also taken into account contractors and visitors that will attend the site, as well as if mining personnel come into contact, and so there will be a coordinated plan in place to accommodate the needs and requirements of those visitors to the site.
Okay. Let's move now to financial assurance and demonstration. Can you provide the commission with a brief discussion of what financial assurance plans the applicant has for putting the assurance matter into place?
Sure. Section 12 contains the financial assurance demonstration plan for DCC West. Specifically in section 12.2, we describe the cost estimates and the financial instruments that DCC West will establish prior to commencing injection operations. We determined through the assessment that insurance products are available to cover a portion of the ERRP and the USDW endangerment aspects of the financial assurance, and that the remaining costs would be, the remaining cost assumptions would be best covered by a standby trust. We then went through a competitive procurement process to procure the brokerage service of Marsh McLennan Companies for insurance products to cover those needs, and selected Bank of North Dakota to serve as the trustee for the standby trust. And we actually have an updated Exhibit G1, which reflects the sample standby trust that was executed by the Bank of North Dakota and DCC West, establishing the trust based upon the language contained within, as well as the plan setting forth the financial assurance requirements. I could go into a bit more detail on the financial assurance requirements that are reflected in there. So currently and prior to the initial funding of the trust, there will be $100,000 surety bonds on a well basis, individual well basis, that will be established prior to the issuance of the drilling permits to cover the costs of plugging the IIWN and the IIWS wells. The trust will be fully funded to amount of $15,832,000. The plan does propose a funding schedule to fully fund that amount. It starts with the plugging of the injection wells and the flow line costs at $2.215 million. That will be funded within 7 days of authorization to inject, and can be found in section 12.2.3 on page 12-4 and in Exhibit G1. The remaining trust balance will be fully funded with 7 installment payments adding up to $13,617,000. This adds the additional cost or the additional financial assurance to cover the post-injection site care period, as well as facility closure costs. And then the balance of the financial assurance demonstration requirement is covered by an insurance policy for emergency remedial response, and which includes the endangerment to USDW amounts, and that total insurance policy will need to carry a minimum coverage of $14,269,000. You can find more detail on the cost estimates and our approach to cost estimating in Table 12-6 on page 12-2 for corrective action, plugging, abandonment, site reclamation, post-injection site care activities, and the emergency and remedial response program.
I don't have any other questions for Shannon. I have one more witness.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Jim, would you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, hi, my name is Jim Kirksey,
And can you spell your last name, Jim?
Kirksey.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm self-employed as I have a consulting company, Loudon Technical Services.
And you've been retained by the applicant in this matter, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
What I'd like you to do, Jim, is just briefly describe for us your educational background and work experience.
Okay, I have a bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering from Mississippi State University.
Okay. And can you just tell us briefly what you've been doing since you got that degree? You don't go...
It's so long ago, I can hardly remember. And,
I don't believe that, but go ahead.
No, I've been working as an engineer all my career. I worked with Schlumberger and various affiliate companies for around 30 years. And I retired from Schlumberger back in 2015 and started my own small company. And at the time, Schlumberger still had their carbon services group together, and I worked under contract for carbon services and some other projects. And then when Schlumberger disbanded their carbon services group, I started working directly for projects DOE sponsored for the most part, and some private projects. And now, over time, I am still seeking to be retired, but I've still been working, and currently I do some contract work for the Department of Energy. I work on this and a couple other commercial projects, and so it keeps me pretty occupied.
Is it a fair statement, Jim, that a large part of your career has been devoted to projects involving CO2 sequestration?
I've been involved in CO2 sequestration now for about 15 years. I was started as one of the members of the Schlumberger Carbon Services team, and we had a group that managed several or almost most of all of the early CO2 sequestration projects. Two of note are the two that are still currently injecting the ADM project down in Decatur, Illinois. I was the project engineer on that project. I was the project engineer on Boundary Dam for South Power over outside of Estevan. And then I've also been involved in the first two U.S. EPA Class 6 applications, the Battelle and the ADM applications. Since then, I've been a co-PI on the ECO2S project that's managed by the Southern States Energy Board down in Kemper County, Mississippi. And I've been working on this project now for the last, I guess, almost 3 years, huh? And so I do a couple of other interesting things outside of CO2. I work with the Department of Energy on a methane hydrates project on the North Slope of Alaska, and do a small amount of work for the Department of Justice in their Environmental Crimes Division.
Can you briefly describe for us what some of the duties and responsibilities you had with respect to this project that's before the commission today?
For this project, I started this project working as an advisor to Schlumberger in geothermics, and it was mostly to make sure that they were following methods and procedures that would pass Class 6 review if this well was needed to be a monitoring well in the future. And then as we got into the testing and completion of the well, I helped to design the step rate test and pressure fall-off testing. And then subsequent to that, I have been working directly with Minn Kota on both well design, permit issues, and things that I can offer some expertise in.
Mr. Examiner, you may recall when we had Group 2 up here, there were some questions, and one of those questions was deferred to a later witness. This is the later witness. I don't have any questions for Jim, but he's now been introduced, and his qualifications have been laid out, and I think if that question is asked again, he'll be able to provide an answer.
Okay.
And with that, we don't have any further witnesses, and at this point in time, we would also offer Exhibits 1 through 5.
The exhibits will be received.
Thank you.
Any questions from the staff?
Shannon, just one question. As far as access to the west site, do you anticipate that going through the east location, or will it be a separate entrance for the west location?
Yeah, so there is a direct county road, county highway that's right along that will be right along the DCC West injection well pad. So an access road will be built off of that county roadway. So there should be good access, not requiring you to go through mine.
Good, thanks.
Jim, I'm trying to find it in my notes, but my question regarding the step rate testing that was done on the J-Lock well.
Yes.
And that figure, which right now I'm not running into the right spot. Anyway, the
Page 222.
page 222 in the application, 2-22. The lines as drawn on that figure don't seem to pass the eye test for being where I would anticipate those lines being drawn and where that intersect is placed on that figure. Can you expand on what was done or how the information was derived on that figure?
Yes, I can. So we did the step rate test. I can kind of back up a little bit and add some additional information to the step rate test and the constant fall-off test. We did the test, and we were limited with the injection tubing size. The well had 5.5-inch casing, and so we were limited to 2.5 or 2 7/8 inch tubing. And so we anticipated that we were going to have some pretty high friction pressures. And it was done during COVID back at the end of 2020, and so obtaining pumping equipment turned out to be a little bit of a challenge. And so, but we managed to round up 2 high-rate, high-pressure pumping units. And so we did perform the test, and the surface pressures, since friction dominated the surface pressures, we had to wait until we got the downhole gauge pressures out to start the pressure analysis. And so to do the analysis, Larry Pico over at EERC was involved, and as well as myself. And then we called in a gentleman by the name of Kevin England, who had just retired from Schlumberger as his role in Schlumberger was called a stimulation fellow. He was probably one of the, Kevin remains to be probably one of the best fracture analysis experts in the country. And so I asked Kevin to help us. This was a very difficult problem to analyze, because what we really wanted or needed was a couple of more steps. And so we were, so we each, all three, did our independent analysis, and they all came in relatively close. And then we started diving into the issue of pump efficiency, because during, if you look, we were recording 1 second pressure data, and so there would be times during the test that you would see some anomalous pressure data during some of the rates. And so we kind of came to agreement that that was, there was some pump cavitation going on, that the pumping equipment was not necessarily pumping at full efficiency. And so we felt like that's why some of the rates might move around a little bit. So we plotted it up, assuming various pump efficiencies, and replotted the data. And, but strangely enough, when we redrew the lines and everything else, we kept coming back to this area right around the 3424. That's shown here. The corrected with the pump data was like 3464 or something, you know, in that range. And then the EERC did an independent analysis of the data and came up with their own interpretation. And so by agreement, we felt like that this, that is shown here in figure 215, best represents the step rate test. And it also agrees quite well with, if you go back to 2.6, the MDT stress test results for the Broom Creek. We had a really good agreement with the MDT test. When you adjust the pressures for depth difference, our step rate analysis and our and the MDT analysis agree pretty well. Now, we grant that this, since we were at the higher end of the injection rate that could be accomplished down 2 7/8 inch tubing, as Andy just had the completion plan for the injection well, we plan to redo the step rate test, because we'll be able to have larger injection tubing in the injection well. And we plan to redo the step rate test and reconfirm that this frac gradient is correct. But right now, this 0.712 frac gradient is consistent with what we feel like best represents the frac gradient for the Broom Creek.
And you partially anticipated one of my next questions was how it compared to the MDT testing. You may or may not have this off the top of your head, but if you know, I believe it was the MDT testing, the fracture rating off the MDT testing that is actually used in the model, correct? Do you
I'm
know?
sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you know if it was the MDT test data, the fracture grading off the MDT testing that was used in the model?
Yes.
I thought so. I just wanted to confirm that,
Yeah.
so. Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up, the other question related to that had to do with the downhole depths for the memory gauges being at 4862 and 4868, which appear to be above where the Packer would have been placed at 4880, so,
No, that's not
It's
correct.
not-
They were below the Packer.
so I guess I would just look to have the depths that are
Yeah.
specified on that page updated.
Yeah, the Packer was, the gauges were some 20 to 30 feet below the Packer. The schematic, or the way the well was completed for the test, the tubing was run with the Packer. Below the Packer was a tailpipe and a gauge carrier. And so the gauges were some, as my memory serves me, there were some 20 feet or so outside of the, or below the Packer. They were ported outside of the tubing so that they would not see any tubing frictional or turbulence because they were close to the end of the tubing. They were in the dead zone outside the tailpipe below the Packer. And they were roughly 52 feet above the perforations. And so we assumed the fluid gradient, which was 0.435 psi per foot, that you would need to add approximately 20 psi to the downhole gauge data to reflect accurate downhole data. And that correction was made in the in our pressure that was used in the models and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, just to clarify, the language on those depths was in the first paragraph under section 2.3.1, page 222.
We'll take a look at it and submit a supplement if needed.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to answer your question before? Okay. I will go in order. So on section 4, area review, and Caitlin, you had already kind of alluded to this on one of the wells on the Raymond. But for the other two wells, the Paul Booligan and the Herbert Dresser, and even in any more detail on the Raymond, can you just talk about proactively what is being done on the monitoring side to monitor the CO2 plume as it migrates closer to those three wells that are either just inside the storage facility area or just outside of the boundary?
Yeah, so as this is actually covered in section 5, so I think we should probably go to figure 5-6. I think it's on 5-16. Yeah, 5-16 or 5-6 on page 5-16. And so in this figure, we're showing the CO2 plume extent, and you'll note that wells 4940 and 2183 are located outside of that sort of that maximum CO2 plume extent. Well, 4937, if my memory is correct, it's about 800 or it's 600 to 800 feet within the CO2 plume. The strategy for proactive monitoring is described in section 5.7.2, but essentially it is utilizing time-lapse seismic to monitor the CO2 plume in years 1, 2, 4, and then during the 5-year reevaluation, that frequency will be determined then, and the appropriate method will also be determined then. And so that sort of takes care of the CO2 plume. As far as the pressure, there will be pressure gauges monitoring, downhole pressure gauges monitoring the storage reservoir in the JLOC 1 wellbore. And so the CO2 plume's associated pressure front will be monitored that way. So during the reporting period, as long as those, the seismic results and the pressure data are coming back and everything is conforming to modeled and simulated expectations, then there would be no need to directly monitor these legacy wellbores, because, as was testified to, we believe that these are adequately plugged and that no corrective action is needed on these wellbores. As an additional assurance monitoring technique, GCC West is proposing to install either soil gas profile stations or utilize existing or drill a new Fox Hills monitoring well through a time-lapsed approach, which is described on the next page in figure 5-7, which is page 5-17. And here we're showing that in year 9, GCC West, basically the CO2 plume comes within about a mile of 4940 there in the northwest corner of the project area, and GCC West would drill what's called the Fox Hills 2 well, which is a dedicated Fox Hills monitoring well, to collect data from and provide that additional assurance that the lowest USDW is not being impacted. And that monitoring would be conducted through the remaining life of the project, as specified in the plan. In the case of 2183, that phased approach would come into play in year 17, where again the CO2 plume roughly approaches or is expected to approach the well 2183 within about a mile. And so there is an existing Fox Hills well referred to here as the W295. And this existing Fox Hills well would then be sampled at that point, and then going forward. And then finally for 4937, a soil gas profile station is proposed for that well, again as an additional assurance monitoring technique.
One follow-up question to that, John. The timing, as you indicated, 9 years, 17 years, that'll be updated with your successive time-lapse seismic, right? You're going to update that timing with each review and plan accordingly?
Correct.
Okay.
On figure 4-3, it looks like the stabilized CO2 extent gray boundary on this looks fairly similar to figure ZZ, which was submitted as a supplemental before the hearing. It looks very similar to the boundary that was given for that at year 2044, which I believe would be the year that injection stops instead of the year of stabilization. So I guess I'm just wondering on figure 4.3 if that's a mislabel and we're actually looking at not the stabilized CO2 extent, but the CO2 extent at cessation of injection.
We'll have to take a look at what was used as the boundary in this map and get back to you. Submit a supplement if needed.
And as another question or follow-up question to this figure is, I know you guys tend to square off the boundaries of the maximum plume extent when you're determining your storage facility area. I did notice some of those, it's really right up against the storage facility area. So I just wanted you to chat a little bit on kind of your confidence in that the plume is not going to migrate or move outside of that storage facility area boundary.
So I'll start. And if there's others that I miss anything on, I'll ask them to jump in and help me out. So we heard testimony earlier about the grid cell sizing at 1,000 by 1,000 feet, 5% saturation rate being in a conservative basis. And then I also provided testimony about the maximum rates, and I believe Todd did as well, that we selected maximum rates of injection for a constant in our simulation. So we've, I'll say it's been described to me that when you use 1,000 by 1,000 grid cell and then you add on a 5% saturation rate within that grid cell, you're drawing the boundary to start with like a very fat crayon, right? And you're over including and being conservative in what's out on the edges. Then we, from a right-of-way standpoint, we take a look at, land ownership map, aerial extent, and we try to make it understandable why we're either including or excluding acres in the storage facility area, and try to make it, a reasonable conclusion to draw the boundary there rather than over including individuals' properties. I'll say through conversations with certain landowner group, like landowners or entities that own property in the area, their preference was, if it's not being modeled as in the storage facility area, please don't include it. So to that extent, we took those factors into account. So a lot of assumptions in here that are very conservative lead us to believe that the way we will actually operate, we will not fall outside of that storage facility boundary at cessation or at stabilization of the plume.
Moving on to section 5, testing and monitoring plan. On figure 5.2, the CO2 stream analysis. So on figure 5.2, you have sample ports at the point of transfer on the Liberty One pad and downstream of both of the flow meters for the injectors. When you're taking your quarterly measurement, are you anticipating taking it at either end, or taking it from both sample ports?
Yeah, both sample ports are there to allow the optionality, but the primary sample point would be the one nearest the injection wellhead or wellheads.
And in addition, is a sample port at the point of transfer downstream of the third-party inlet?
Correct. Actually, no, yeah, sorry,
So downstream of the third-party inlet,
Meaning
entering our system, or on the third-party?
third-party that would be entering at the point of transfer from not the mill in our Young station.
So we don't have one immediately downstream of the third-party inlet. A sample port there isn't contemplated at this point in time. On the upstream side of it, there may be a port, but that hasn't been designed, as we don't have a third party actively working with us on infrastructure design.
I guess my hypothetical question would be, at the time you do, the request is being, how are you ensuring that that third-party inlet is meeting the threshold that you're requiring that you modeled to come into your system?
So sampling of their CO2 stream. Yeah, so we would have a sampling port there, but that would be on we're the off-taker in this situation. It'd be on the supplier. They would have to prove to us and install a port on their end of the system, proving up that their spec meets our system before we take custody of it. So it would be on their side of that system to have to install a port or SEMS monitoring equipment to show us that the stream meets a continuous requirement.
The one thing I'll note with that is that if that applicant does own it, that's still something they'd have to be, you as the owner of the facility would have to be able to provide that data to us.
They'll have a reporting requirement to support all necessary reporting to the state. That'll be contractually provided for.
on figure 5.2, and this actually goes more with Exhibit A that you've now added as well, for additional detail. So, on figure X1 that was provided, I see there's a label here that has metering stations and then main metering stations. What's distinguishing between those two labels?
A main metering station is the main metering station being used for CO2 accounting purposes, whereas the ones without the M note on them are primarily used for mass balance and yeah, as a backup.
And will metering exist to be able to distinguish how much of the mixed injection stream is going to the west facility, what amount of those volumes is from Milton R. Young Station and from the third-party inlet?
Yes.
Yeah, so just to follow up on John's response, so, you know, if you kind of follow the flow from Milton R. Young Station, you have that green line that could continue through the metering skid that at the third-party inlet that moves through. And then that meter P1003, P1004 is just kind of a totalizing meter. So you would have your meter point, that main meter where the green comes in from the MRY, that would account for flow coming from that source. Third-party CO2 would be at that kind of sandwiched meter skid, so that would account for that. And then you'd have a totalizing meter that would tell you what the total, you know, M from Milton R. Young, third-party equals that, should equal that P1003, so you can net it back out. It should all add up.
Okay, and similarly, you would be able to distinguish the volumes that are going to the east facility versus west?
Yes.
Okay. And just one more question on this figure. On the east location, I see a well called the Freeman 1. Is that the name you're giving the Class 1 well?
Yes, so that's the pending name for the Class 1.
Go ahead.
Just a follow-up question on that. It's entirely outside of our jurisdiction on the Class 1 well, but do you know what the target of that is proposed to be at this point?
Yes, so the target of that is the Inyan-Cara.
Okay, thank you.
On section 5.2.1 data sharing, you've talked a little bit in this section as far as how data is going to be integrated between Milton R. Young Station, DCC East, and DCC West. But how do you intend to share data at the time that you do bring in a third-party inlet?
So that will be part of any feed design and engineering, and really part of any final design and engineering on a third-party system interconnecting into our system. So as we don't have a party at the table, I can't describe it in great detail. But what we do, what we have prepared is kind of surface facilities pressure control scenarios, and I would imagine that as we would work through a feed design for interconnection, they would be required to integrate and provide all data information as requested, and that we would have remote ability to read and interrogate their metering systems for purposes of you know, controlling the system and the offtake.
I have just a few questions specific to the flow line, which some of these you already had in here. I believe it's a 20-inch flow line. Yeah, that you have here going from the point of transfer to the point where they split at DCC West. Do you know what composition is planned at this point for the pipeline?
What material?
Yes.
Carbon steel.
And I'm guessing you'll have cathodic protection system on that?
Yes.
And at this point, do you know what the design pressure for that pipeline is going to be?
Yeah, at this point, we've completed a feed design. We haven't entered final design, but currently the maximum design pressure for the pipeline will be 2,200 PSIG.
And what about what you plan to set your max allowed operating pressure at?
So the compressor outlet at the capture system for the MRY station, that compressor is tapped out at 1750 PSI.
And do you know where your shut-off locations would be located across this pipeline system and whether or not they're going to be automatically controlled?
So we do have, again, I referenced and we can offer it as an exhibit. So we have a flow line pressure control write-up that discusses many of the details that you're probably
Okay.
gonna lead into.
Yeah,
So-
that would be helpful.
Okay, so I'll hand this to Lawrence and allow that to. I think we have copies of those too.
Yeah, I do.
It's that entire.
Yeah, this one.
On Exhibit Y, the corrosion monitoring plan, you had mentioned having the ultrasonic testing of the flow line. Is that something that's going to be done using a smart pig, or are you having to actually uncover ground to access the flow line?
It would be done at the flow line riser. Yeah, wherever the flow line is above
So
ground.
above ground?
Yeah, above ground.
Okay. On internal mechanical integrity, on the tubing casing annulus test, the narratives, tables, and the appendix for the testing and monitoring plan all state that it would be conducted at any time well tubing is pulled and reinstalled. You don't need to pull tubing to run MIT on the annulus for the tubing and casing, and that is something that we put on at minimum a 5-year frequency. So we would ask that those be updated to reflect at a minimum on a 5-year frequency.
Understood.
And that would go for the monitoring well as well during the PISC period. For the nitrogen cushion that is mentioned to maintain positive pressure on the well annulus, do you intend that the initial volume that is added to the annulus be nitrogen, or are you just using nitrogen to maintain pressure positive on a different annulus fluid?
Yeah, the nitrogen is just the cushion on top of the standard industry corrosion inhibiting fluid. That would fill the initial annulus.
And by corrosion inhibited fluid, are you looking at like corrosion inhibitors added to brine?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. On table 5.5, proposed logging and testing plan for the CO2 injection wells. What is the timing that you're looking at when you're running your baseline temperature logs on the surface along stream to ensure that the temperatures aren't being influenced by recent drilling operations or cementing operations?
Yeah, that's a good question. There are multiple tools in here that also have their own dedicated temperature gauges that can establish the temperature profile of the well. But just speaking generally, before I defer to anyone else, I would say as close to injection as is feasible for the project. Yeah.
I might add to that answer just a little bit that probably the best time to get a real good wellbore temperature would be when we run the cased hole cement evaluation logs. If the well's been sitting static for some time and the temperature is equilibrated, that would be a really good, accurate bottom hole temperature measurement. Also, temperature can be incorporated into any of the open hole logging tools, and usually the cartridge is put in. So we'll end up with multiple temperature runs, but probably the most accurate one would be when the well's been sitting static for the longest, which would probably be when we run the cement evaluation logs.
And I believe you guys also had it proposed to run a temperature log down the tubing string too, which would probably be even more accurate. Would you agree?
I would agree with that. Again, it's not explicitly stated, but the pulse neutron log does include a temperature with it, and yeah, it would serve that purpose.
Also, the temperature would be run when we run the baseline P&L log, which it would be run down tubing, and there would be a temperature cartridge on that too. And but I go back for accuracy though on the in the area around the injection zone, the longer the well would have not had any activity would be the most accurate, and that would be probably when the cement evaluation logs would be run.
To date, can you talk about what baseline sampling has been completed for the soil and groundwater monitoring?
To date, there are no soil gas results. As for groundwater monitoring, and as Caitlin testified to earlier, there are results for some baseline groundwater samples that were collected for W395, which is a Fox Hills well, and W478, which is a Tongue River well, and again they're included in Appendix B, and actually in this, and then the results are summarized in Table 5-6 on page 5-18.
Would the plan to be to capture that baseline data roughly a year from when you're planning injection then?
Correct.
Let's see. On the emergency and remedial response plan, section 7, what would be the radius of impact where human life would be endangered in the event of a release on the flow line?
Sure. So we did modeling work considering a small, which would be a 1/2 inch, medium, which would be a 2 inch, and a full bore rupture release case from various points along the 7.5 mile stretch, both modeling at an above ground and buried sections of the pipeline. We used a 99.9% CO2 assumption to assume the highest risk concern here with a CO2 pipeline. We modeled at 3 different wind speed stability pairs during summer, winter humidity, and varying summer and winter temperature conditions. We also, as I mentioned, measured releases from a buried height and above ground height, but at different angles of impingement, so small, medium, large at different angles of release. So concentrations of interest, as you mentioned, the immediately dangerous to life, which assumes and is a standard of 40,000 ppm CO2, and can be impactful at or show signs of intoxication in about 30 minutes of exposure at that point in time. At a full bore rupture, you would see within 3 minutes after that release, the maximum extent of that 40,000 ppm envelope would be developed. This is at an above ground case scenario, so nothing interfering or slowing that plume down. And the 40,000 ppm or 40,000 ppm could extend or migrate downwind in that scenario approximately 1,400 feet from the release point before it was shown to dissipate or become diluted into ambient air. With buried facilities, what we saw was 600 feet from either side of the center line, and that distance, although the elevation was changed, doesn't have the ability to take into account obstruction or ground cover over the rupture. So with with that full bore rupture scenario at the most conservative of modeled simulation assumptions, we saw at about 4 minutes and 45 seconds that 40,000 ppm value, or that 40,000 ppm concentration, to completely disappear in the model, with a ground level exposure time of roughly 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Would you expect, is there any like residential housing, businesses, schools, et cetera, that would be within that range?
No, there are no occupied residential houses within that range of any of our above-ground facilities. Any above-ground facilities, the occupied or any infrastructure is a minimum of 1,500 feet, and it's actually closer to 2,000 feet away from any of those above-ground facilities.
What would you say is the closest occupied dwelling to the flow line as far as distance?
800 feet from a buried portion. And actually, so that would be a residential. The Milton R. Young Station would be closer to that pipeline. And we'd certainly account, I would say the B&I offices and office spaces are outside of that 800 feet, but those would be the next nearest to a release.
And what type of notification system will you have in place to contact residents and businesses in the case of a release?
Right, so we, at the Milton R. Young Station, we currently have in place a reverse 911 system. We use it for, or we have it in place for the Nelson Lake Dam. So downstream, it would be adding that additional calling protocol to our already existing system. Certainly based upon the point of release and the location of it, the first communications would go out to our personnel if it was near to those buildings, and then B&I's personnel as well. But we'd likely simultaneously activate that reverse 911 calling system.
And what type of frequency will you be doing coordinated training with local emergency response teams?
Currently, we do it, I believe, more frequently than annually with certain subgroups of emergency response teams out in the area, but it would be no less frequent than annual.
In table 7.3, under the injection period and the post-injection site care period, there's a few references in here to disposal wells or class 1 wells. Are these just carryover from the East application, which had the class 1 well proposed on its location?
Sorry, you said section 7.
So page 7.6. So under injection period, it talks about like loss of containment and class 1 wells is mentioned there. Similarly, in the PISC section, class 1 wells comes up. You've mentioned that no class 1 wells are proposed on the west location, so I was wondering if that's just carryover from the east emergency remedial response.
Yes, so as I mentioned, we started with the already existing ERP and then evaluated additional scenarios. I don't think we thought it necessary to remove those scenarios that involved infrastructure that would be also part of the system, accounting for kind of similar risks across the entire system, whether it be impact to the equipment, impact to the control system through those points.
Sure. And then on section 7.7 at the end, page 713, it states that when you're reviewing for amendments for the ERRP plan, that amendments would be provided to NDIC DMR no later than 1 year. Would you anticipate any issues with sending that within 6 months?
Or sooner would not be a problem.
Okay. On worker safety plan, Jared had already asked this slightly, but are there any considerations that our inspection staff need to be aware of when visiting the site for inspections?
So the biggest consideration is that we are contiguous with the BNI coal operation, and so BNI has MSHA obligations to protect the public from mining activities. But as with the J-Lock well, which would be the monitoring well, there's a public access road, and there's an access point that is not actively, there's no active mining in that area, and so there would be no additional training or notice requirements to get to the J-Lock monitoring well. The west injection site's very similar to the J-Lock well, has a county road there that we will be building access off of, no active mining. The area where we are putting in the well pad does have a drainage feature that was placed by the mine for mining operation. That's under one of their reclamation bonds. So at some point in time, if we as the owner of that property and the mine decide that we're going to do some reclamation on that drainage ditch, or bring it back to the status it was in prior to installation, that would be something that we would work through, but I don't anticipate that being an impact to inspection. And really, the last component of the system is the pipeline route that does travel through some active mining area. It's going to be on a case by case, but don't anticipate it. It's all buried through there, and so I don't anticipate that there'll be need for inspection from DMR, but if there is, then we will have to coordinate with the mine to ensure that we're following all their requirements.
Okay. On section 9, well casing and cementing program, has the location of the proposed CO2 injection well pad been surveyed yet?
Yes, there has been a plat survey drawn up for the well pad.
Could you please provide those as supplements?
Yes, we intended to provide them as part of the APD, but we can do that at this point.
On figure 9.6, on the J-Lock construction to convert to a monitor for Broom Creek, and I'm not looking for anything to necessarily be updated at this time, but I just wanted to note that the plug back as shown on this procedure doesn't align with our current standard plugging policies. So that would be something we would review at the time we would issue a UIC monitoring permit, but it is likely that there will be additional plugs that'll have to be required. And similarly, on any plugging plans, those would have, you'd have to get approval prior, so we know the actual well bore construction at the time. On section 11, injection well and storage operations, table 11.1. The formation fracture pressure at the top perforation row, it appears that these values are being calculated at the top of the Broom Creek using the TVD values from the previous figures for the top of the Broom Creek. Would you agree with that statement?
Should be. So this value is calculated from the testing point from the MDT stress test. So we got this one from, I believe, 5,000 feet, something. It's stated in figure 2-6 or table 2-4 for the details.
Let's see. On table 11.4 and table 11.7, where you're detailing running the CBL VDL evaluation with an ultrasonic log, is this also where you would run a baseline casing inspection log?
Yes.
And then lastly, section 12, financial assurance. In table 12.3, plugging CO2 injection wells in the CO2 flow line, is any cost of is the cost of abandonment where you're having to do the removal at the point of transfer station shared in any way with the east facility, or is that being completely covered by the costs that are in table 12.3?
So when you're referring to the transfer station, are you, you're referring, so I guess it would be easiest to take a look at, so we kind of have it shaded here as to where the assets fall. Do they fall into the east or the west?
Can you tell her?
Sorry,
You're fine.
the Exhibit 4, page 2 of Exhibit 4. So if you look, we drew some shaded boxes around where the assets fall. I think the metering skid where you have a third-party inlet coming into it, that one would be shared between east and west. That's one of those where with kind of commercial agreements, border agreements between, you can find, figure out ways to account for the economics to efficiently operate.
Okay. And in table 12.3 additionally, is the main justification for why we're seeing pretty high amounts for what it'll cost to plug the 2 injection wells, largely due to needing a large rig for pulling the tubing, since you're looking at 7-inch?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think the cost there, what we're getting off of vendors at any point in time when we do the market analysis, and so with inflationary adjustments up, we put some assumptions in here. I think they're pretty spot on for where market is today. We certainly hope by the time that we're drilling that rig costs aren't this high. But we put in some pretty conservative factors and then tacked on contingency on top of it as well.
And is the surface reclamation of the injection well pad, that's underneath part of table 12.4, right, as far as the facility closure portion?
Yes, that is.
Okay. And that would include, actually, I guess you have a soil gas station planned on the injection well pad, right?
Yes.
So that would include that cost too?
Yes.
A few things that you had mentioned earlier. So on table 12.6, I thought I'd heard you make a comment that a portion of the trust fund would also be covering the EERP, which is not what's represented in table 6. It looks like it's completely covered by the third-party insurance, so just looking for clarification if that earlier statement was incorrect or if the table is.
If I said that, that was an incorrect statement. All ERR activities are covered under commercial insurance.
Okay.
So all ERR and endangerment of USDWs should be covered by insurance, with facility, PISC, plugging and abandonment of the wells and decommissioning surface facilities and corrective action would all be under the special purpose trust.
Okay, and with that trust fund, was it correct that I heard you state the plan was for that to be within 7 days of authorization to inject, that it would be funded, or within 7 days after authorization to inject?
So initial funding will be deposited with the plugging costs and the decommissioning costs at the $2,215,000. That will be put into place within 7 days of the authorization to inject being received. We'll carry bonds from, for issuance of our drilling permits through that point in time that we fully fund the trust, and then we would ask for those bonds to be released because we've deposited funds in lieu.
And my last question, as it relates to the cost estimate for the emergency remedial response, could you talk about what type of activities that's anticipated to cover? and kind of how you came to that dollar amount.
Sure. Let me grab out my notes. So largely what we took into account was the similar nature of kind of the remoteness of a rural location and considered response time necessary. We looked at, kind of the highest impact scenarios from a contamination or pollution possibility. The scenario that we selected was similar to the DCC East, which was a full shearing of the wellhead. We're designing the well pad similar to the DCC East well pad with a double liner and berming around it so that it could act as a containment in that event containing any brine that were to leak from the well. We did a dispersion analysis on that scenario, taking a look at what a release would look like, and what actually initially occurs is primarily brine is what is released. So having that double containment serve as a protection mechanism for keeping those fluids contained to a specific piece of land, and then we can come in and use vac trucks to vacuum. That's distinct from what we have in the east, which is where we would have kind of a sump, and we have disposal ponds associated with the Milton R. Young Station operation that we can use for disposal of those brine fluids. So those were the primary considerations. We did take a look at a USDW endangerment situation too, because of the well and or the well pad containment. You wouldn't have downward migration of those fluids, assuming that those liners, the double liner, is intact. So we looked at a vertical leak scenario migrating up the well bore that would make it into a lowermost USDW. We considered a passive monitoring approach to remediation there with water replacement, well replacement in the area. When we added up the costs of those two scenarios, the shearing off of the wellhead far exceeded the cost for the lowermost USDW endangerment scenario. And you don't typically assume lightning strikes twice in the same place. We selected the higher of the two costs to account for in our financial assurance.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, then at this time, Lawrence?
We do have that one exhibit that we offered, or didn't offer, what we introduced it at this last group 3, so we'd offer that exhibit. I believe it was exhibit 6.
The exhibit will be received.
Thank you.
At this time, I will allow anyone from the public an opportunity to speak, make comment. If you'd like to, please come forward. Nothing?
Say that again. Oh, I thought I offered 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5 earlier, but, yeah. No, I did it at the end of my direct. Yeah.
Okay, having seen no one step forward, one last piece of business. There were some written comments offered that we're going to include in the record. Lauren, did you want an opportunity to comment on any of those?
Yes, so which one do you want to start with? I think maybe the first one you received was from Amarillo National Bank. I can address that. Generally, we don't have any objection to the letter being made part of the record. I would point out that the title work that was completed by the applicant indicates that the trusts do not own any surface or pore space interest within the proposed storage facility. Our title work also indicated that there's a typo in the letter. The mineral interests are in 14184, not 14284. And insofar as there being a concern about the mineral interests, if you look at section 2.6 of the application, it indicates that there are no known producible accumulations of hydrocarbons in and under the facility. Plus, there was some testimony here today that if some mineral interests were found, there are some alternatives to recovering those minerals, either by drilling a horizontal well, a directional well, or drilling through the storage area, but taking certain precautions not to damage the storage area. So we don't have any objection to that letter being made part of the record, but would note the matters that I just raised, that the issues are resolved in our view.
Okay, it will be admitted into the record with your noted comments.
Okay. There was a letter from Kenneth Bernhardt just advising the commission that they wouldn't be able to attend today. It was addressed to the Public Service Commission. Not sure how it got to the Industrial Commission properly, but really don't have any response, don't have any objection to that being made a part of the record. I guess you've already discussed or mentioned the letter. I think Mr. Tabor brought up the letter from Blaine and Joanne Hussel, I'm not sure how that's. Hussel. Shannon responded to that. I don't know if you have any other comments with respect to that letter.
No other comments.
Okay. And then there was also, I don't know, it wasn't really done in the form of a letter, but there was a comment from the Dakota Resource Council. There was actually two remarks. One, Dakota Resource Council had some concerns about the commission moving forward with amalgamation, with the conclusion that if the commission did move forward with amalgamation, because there is a challenge by the Northwest Landowners Association to the constitutionality of amalgamation, that if the commission issued an amalgamation order, and I'll quote, it would adversely impact those landowners who were forced into this project without amalgamation and equitable compensation, close quote. I frankly don't understand that statement. It's a conclusion, but I don't know how, I mean, we've already demonstrated that these individuals or entities that own and who have not leased are going to be compensated. They will receive some revenue. It seems to me that if anyone is at risk here, it's the operator expending time, money, and putting this project together if amalgamation were to be determined unconstitutional. The other thing I would say is that, as was testified earlier, we're out some period of time before this project will ever take place in terms of putting all the equipment in place and injecting, and we may very well have a decision from, I suspect that case is going to the North Dakota Supreme Court, but we may very well have a decision from the North Dakota Supreme Court before we start actually injecting CO2 into the ground. So I don't think the first issue that they have raised makes much sense, and I would disagree with it. Were you going to comment on number two?
Sure. So the second comment is in regards to the emergency remedial response plan being shared thoroughly with first responders and local communities. We've had active landowner meetings. We'll continue to have those active landowner meetings. We've discussed, the operations and the risks, and I think the community that is in and around our over 50 years of operating the Milton R. Young Station has been well informed and kept informed about any risks or response plans in place. We'll continue to work with our first responders and do trainings with them to ensure that if there was ever a need for that emergency response, that everybody is well prepared and informed before they enter into a risk situation.
I believe that's the only comments that we were made aware of.
Right, okay. As I said, we'll admit the comments into the record, subject to your noted comments to them.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner.
And with that, I believe that concludes our hearing for the day.
Thank you.
Thanks.